with a shared conviction that India's progress would be built on vision, enterprise and unity of purpose. From that conviction was born FICCI, the collective voice of Indian industry. Through the freedom struggle and every chapter of nation building since, FICCI has remained a trusted partner in shaping India's economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India stands tall on the global stage, FICCI's founding ethos finds new meaning: to build a nation that is self-reliant, inclusive and future-ready. A nation where every enterprise strengthens resilience, where innovation fuels opportunity, and where sustainable growth defines leadership. This year, FICCI's work has centered on 4 strategic pillars that power India's transformation into a self-reliant economic powerhouse. Make in India, sustainability, rural prosperity.
We have a few chairs empty here. Can we have some people occupy those chairs, at least for now? Please don't leave empty chairs. There are lots of people standing. Please give them that free chair.
Helping them measure and cut carbon emissions, launched pilot projects, and championed a roadmap for public charging infrastructure 2030 to accelerate green mobility, circular economy collaborations, and public policy. Driving rural prosperity, FICCI's digital mechanization and skills initiative have onboarded more than 19,000 farmers onto the Krish-E platform and enabled thousands of rental partners to access modern equipment. At the core of women-led development, over 7 lakh women have been skilled through FICCI's nationwide campaign, supported by corporate partners. The Tech Equity digital platform is now engaging 4 lakh users. These 4 pillars together embody India's rise: manufacturing with excellence, growing responsibly, empowering its villages, and ensuring women lead the nation's progress. As we gather for FICCI's 98th annual convention, we celebrate not only a year of achievements, but a legacy of purpose, a century of turning aspiration into action. Welcome to FICCI's 98th annual convention, India, the self-reliant economic powerhouse. In 1927, a group of industrial
The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders: an unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility. The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders, an unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility.
In 1927, a group of industrial pioneers came together with a shared conviction that India's progress would be built on vision, enterprise, and unity of purpose. From that conviction was born FICCI, the collective voice of Indian industry. Through the freedom struggle and every chapter of nation building since, FICCI has remained a trusted partner in shaping India's economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India stands tall on the global stage, FICCI's founding ethos finds new meaning: to build a nation that is self-reliant, inclusive, and future-ready. A nation where every enterprise strengthens resilience, where innovation fuels opportunity, and where sustainable growth defines leadership. This year, FICCI's work has centered on 4 strategic pillars that power India's transformation into a self-reliant economic powerhouse: Make in India, sustainability, rural prosperity, and women-led development. Under Make in India, FICCI advanced the country's manufacturing competitiveness through the India Manufacturing Leadership Forum 2025, which brought together over 60 CEOs to chart pathways for global excellence. Inputs to Niti Aayog and DPIIT shaped the national manufacturing mission, while capability building visits to leading industries promoted operational excellence from across MSMEs. On sustainability, FICCI created a deep connect with MSMEs, helping them measure and cut carbon emissions, launched pilot projects, and championed a roadmap for public charging infrastructure 2030 to accelerate green mobility, circular economy collaborations, and public policy. Driving rural prosperity, FICCI's digital mechanization and skills initiative have onboarded more than 19,000 farmers onto the Krish E platform and enabled thousands of rental partners to access modern equipment. At the core of women-led development, over 7 lakh women have been skilled through FICCI's nationwide campaign, supported by corporate partners. The Tech Equity digital platform is now engaging 4 lakh users. These 4 pillars together embody India's rise: manufacturing with excellence, growing responsibly, empowering its villages, and ensuring women lead the nation's progress. As we gather for FICCI's 98th annual convention, we celebrate not only a year of achievements, but a legacy of purpose, a century of turning aspiration into action. Welcome to FICCI's 98th annual convention, India, the self-reliant economic powerhouse.
The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders: an unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 98th Annual General Meeting and the annual convention of the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, taking place over today and tomorrow. We're pleased to have with us this morning the Honorable Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal. We're having the other members quickly come and join him. The theme this year is India, Self-Reliant Economic Powerhouse. This year's annual convention will reflect on our collective aspiration to build a secure, resilient, and sustainable economy while reinforcing India's position as a self-reliant economic powerhouse. Over the next 2 days, ladies and gentlemen, we have a power-packed series of sessions with union ministers, members of parliament, secretaries, and business leaders. The Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry is the largest and oldest business organization in India, founded in 1927. FICCI serves as the unified voice of thousands of Indian companies, from multinational giants to small enterprises, helping shape economic policy and foster public-private dialogue. With a presence that spans the length and breadth of India and connections across the globe, FICCI plays a vital role in promoting trade, innovation, and inclusive growth. We have on the stage the Honorable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal, the President of FICCI, Mr. Harshavardhan Agarwal, Vice Chairman and MD Imami Limited, the President-elect, Mr. Anant Goenka, Vice Chairman RPG Group, the Vice President FICCI, Mr. Vijay Sankar, Chairman of the Sanmar Group, and the Director General FICCI, Ms. Jyoti Vij, who are already up on stage. So, as a round of applause and welcome, may I request you all to please put your hands together. We would like to, as part of our welcome to our guests, the President of FICCI to felicitate the Honorable Minister with a shawl and a special green certificate that we have. FICCI's tradition, ladies and gentlemen, of giving green certificates is a pledge to plant a grove of trees on your behalf, sir. May I request Mr. Harshavardhan Agarwal to please present this. 51 trees are being planted at Ram Bhumi, Ayodhya in your honor, sir, and this is a small step towards a greener, more responsible future and a token of appreciation for your presence here. I'd like to now invite the President of FICCI, Mr. Harshavardhan Agarwal, and also a second-generation leader from the Imami Group, serving as the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of the Imami Group. He's been recognized for his hands-on leadership, progressive mindset, and a focus on global brand building. I'd like to request him now to please give the welcome address.
Honorable Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Mr. Anand Goenka, Vijay Shankar, Jyoti Vij, present past presidents of FICCI, present excellencies, ambassadors and diplomats, members of the National Executive Committee meeting, industry friends, and friends from media. A very, very good morning to all of you. It is a privilege to welcome you all to the 90th Annual General Meeting of FICCI. The world around us is being shaped. Supply chains are shifting, technologies are being reinvented, and geopolitical alignments are being reconfigured. In this global reset, India stands not on the periphery but at the center of a historic opportunity. We are a $4 trillion economy today. To become a truly high-income nation, India must rise to nearly 30 trillion by 2047, lifting per capita income from about $2,700 today to above $18,000. And the question before us is no longer whether India will grow. India will most definitely grow. The real question is whether we can grow fast enough, boldly enough, and productively enough to seize this once-in-a-life century inflection point. This transformation will be anchored by four critical levers: the rise of globally competitive manufacturing supported by world-class infrastructure and exports, innovation and R&D at scale, the unlocking of our demographic strength through skilling, and an unwavering commitment to inclusive growth. Manufacturing, infrastructure, and exports form the backbone of every developed economy. In India, manufacturing contributes roughly 14% of our GDP today. By 2047, India's manufacturing output will need to expand nearly 15-fold and contribute close to a quarter of our GDP. That scale will only come when we move decisively up the value chain, building depth in components, materials, advanced engineering, and design-led manufacturing. The production-linked incentive schemes have triggered strong momentum. India is rapidly emerging as a significant hub for mobile phones, pharmaceuticals, electronics, defense systems, solar modules, and many things. But momentum alone does not equal transformation. For India to realize the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we must deepen domestic value addition, build competitive capabilities in core components and advanced manufacturing, and deliver at quality levels that are benchmarked to the world's best. Complementing manufacturing infrastructure is the silent but decisive multiplier. India's logistic cost must fall towards the 7 to 8% of GDP, in line with the levels of advanced manufacturing economies. The Gati Shakti initiative, multimodal logistic parks, modernized ports, industrial corridors, and digitized logistics systems are laying the foundation for a more competitive India. And exports must become the twin engine of growth. For India to lead, Made in India must stand globally for precision, reliability, and scale. Our government's efforts in strengthening India's trade architecture and driving high ambition free trade agreements negotiations are opening up new markets and new opportunities. If I may take a moment here, I want to place on record our deep appreciation for Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Over the past year, as the president of FICCI, I have had a ringside view of his extraordinary commitment and relentless work ethics. Whether it is a leading complex FTA negotiation, resolving industry issues, or tirelessly championing India's economic interest across the world, Piyush ji has driven this agenda with remarkable clarity, energy, and purpose. He is a man of action, 24/7, 365 days, always in action. Indian industry deeply values your leadership, and we remain grateful for the vision and momentum you bring to India's export growth story. The second lever is innovation and R&D. India today invests about 0.6 to 0.7% of its GDP in R&D, far below the levels seen in developed economies. India must transition from being a cost-efficient economy to an innovation-efficient one. The government's establishment of the National Research Foundation and its push in semiconductors, AI, quantum computing, space, and biotechnology marks a profound shift. Industry must become the principal engine of R&D through corporate labs, university partnerships, deep tech ecosystems, and frontier research at scale. Our aspiration must be to move not only from Make in India to Design in India, but ultimately to Invent in India, to become a truly self-reliant Atmanirbhar Bharat. The third lever is our demographic advantage and the urgent need for skilling. India is the world's youngest major nation, but a demographic divided between becomes meaningfully only when it is productive. Today, only half of our graduates are employable, and just 2.3% of our workforce have received formal skilling. At the same time, industry demand for talent in semiconductors, electronics, EVs, robotics, cybersecurity, AI, healthcare, etc. is rising exponentially. To bridge this gap, India needs nothing short of a skilling revolution, one that is led by industry and powered by technology. The fourth lever is inclusive growth, anchored in women's empowerment and the upliftment of every social segment. Women's labor force participation has risen sharply from 23% in 17-18 to over 40% in 23-24. For India to be a developed economy, growth must be broad-based, equitable, and deeply human-centered. Before I conclude, I want to acknowledge the relentless effort of our FICCI Secretariat, the support from the past presidents and the Presidium members, Anant, Vijay, Jyoti. As we approach our centenary, our collective resolve has never been stronger. World-scale manufacturing, bold innovation, empowered youth, and the full participation of women together, they form the very architecture of India's self-reliance. When these pillars stand strong, India does not merely grow, it leads with confidence and purpose. This is India's moment, our moment to accelerate, our moment to transform, our moment to build a truly Viksit Bharat. Jai Hind. Namaste.
Thank you very much, sir. As many of you may be aware, FICCI will celebrate its 100th anniversary in 2027, and we have a special commemorative logo designed for the year-long celebrations that will begin next year. I'd like to request the Honourable Minister to please unveil this special logo using the small little clicker that we have, sir, in front. You've got, yes. You can be seated and watch the screen in front. The FICCI logo symbolizes unity, continuity, and progress. 100 acts as a window into history, showcasing India's past and FICCI's achievements. The orange tone reflects warmth, resilience, and national pride, reinforcing FICCI's deep connect to India's journey. The logo, ladies and gentlemen, celebrates a century of impact and the promise of progress ahead. It is now an honor to welcome a leader whose clarity of purpose and conviction of action have shaped India's economic trajectory in remarkable ways. As India's Commerce and Industry Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal has been at the forefront of transforming India into a more competitive, confident, and future-ready economy. From driving record-breaking export growth to championing ease of doing business, to forging strategic global trade partnerships, he has consistently pushed boundaries to position India as a trusted engine of global commerce. May I now invite the Honourable Minister for Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal, to address the 98th AGM of FICCI.
Namaskar, very good morning to all the distinguished participants at the 98th Annual General Meeting of FICCI. Congratulations, Mr. Harshvardhan Agarwal, for a wonderful year. You led from the front, youthful energy, full of zeal, innovative ideas, and I think I would count this as one of the years where I've enjoyed working with you and your team to work through a very, very important year in India's journey of growth. I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Remain connected, as are all our dear past presidents. My best wishes to you, Anant, for an opportunity that will hold you in very good stead. It's a great platform which will help you evolve in terms of people connect, in terms of a much wider macro vision for yourself, for the country. And I'm sure you'll do the work very, very honorably. Mr. Vijay Sankar, you'll have to now plan 2 years in Delhi. But I'm so delighted to see the youthful energy in the leadership team of FICCI that all these three young gentlemen present. Congratulations, well done, my best wishes. Ms. Jyoti Vij, all the distinguished past presidents, members of FICCI who have joined us today, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Truly delighted to be amongst all of you to celebrate 98 years of an organization that is very, very symbolic of our own independence struggle, of our own industrial forays, and the last 98 years, the very important role that FICCI has played is truly etched in record books, as we just saw while we unveiled the 100-year logo of FICCI. It's an organization that has proud lineage, being founded at the behest of Mahatma Gandhi ji. And the theme that you have chosen today resonates perfectly with Mahatma Gandhi's vision, self-reliant economic powerhouse. I think that's truly something that we have learned through centuries in India as a very important theme of human existence. In fact, only 2 days back, on 26th, we were celebrating Constitution Day, Samvidhan Divas. In a way, that was the first declaration that India will stand on its own feet. We'll have our own constitution. We'll decide our own destiny, our own future, our own children's well-being will be built around a constitution which, to my mind, is the best constitution anywhere in the world. And that brings strength to the India story. It's a commitment of 140 crore people, 140 crore Indians, a commitment to our sovereignty, a commitment to our self-respect, a commitment to our self-reliance that will take this country to the next level. In fact, self-reliance is nothing new. It's been in Bharat's DNA ever since history presents its records, ever since. It's been in our civilizational fabric. If I may quote from the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 5. Even in the Bhagavad Gita, it is said, Lord Krishna says, one must elevate oneself by the self. Nobody else is going to come and tell you what's good for you, what you need to do. You yourself are the architect of your own destiny, of your own future, of you know what's good or bad for you the best. Nobody else can come and teach you that. And if we have to elevate the country to the next level, we all have to do it. It's our collective energy that will take India to the next level. In fact, Gandhiji made Swadeshi the most important tool in his struggle for independence. It was Swadeshi and the focus on Atmanirbharta which brought the country together. And we've seen that under different leaders over the years. When Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee was in government, he took the bold decision to go nuclear as a self-defense tool for India. But that, to date, I think remains a very important lesson for all of us, that our national security has to be determined and under the control of ourselves. In fact, many other countries who did not go down the path of self-reliance in national security are facing a lot of stress today. In that same thread, Prime Minister Narendra Modi brought the vision of self-reliance through the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat to the center of our economic progress, to the center of our thinking about what India will do. And today, Atmanirbhar Bharat has become a collective mission of all of us. Every Indian, in his own way, is contributing towards that vision, towards that journey. Modi ji had made a very telling comment once. There is only one medicine for 100 sorrows, and that is self-reliant India. We will face stress, we will have problems, we will have challenges come and go. How well we are prepared to face those challenges is going to determine our future, our success. If you see our own journey, maybe of the last 25 years, after the nuclear tests at Pokhran, we had sanctions, we had serious challenges before the nation. Nation progressed faster than ever before. From a growth rate of about 4% in 1998 that Vajpayee ji had inherited just before the Pokhran blasts, we grew the economy to over 8% growth. I think it was 8.4% in 2004. And he left behind a very strong economy, very strong fundamentals of the economy in 2004, which was even acknowledged by the then Finance Minister, Mr. Chidambaram, in his first budget speech, that he has a great platform on which he can build. History went the wrong way, that's unfortunate. And every other challenge that we have faced over the years, COVID did not deter India. We did face severe stress, but we came out honorably. We have grown ever since as the fastest growing large economy on the planet. And therefore, your theme of today resonates very deeply with our own ideology. Of course, I was seeing your logo. Orange seems to be the flavor of the day. Well, that orange was our original ideologue, Pandit Deendayal Upadhyay, had also spoken very strongly about self-reliance. In his speech, where he articulated the vision of integral humanism, which which is a guiding principle for all of us today in government. He had said, and I quote, "Self-reliance isn't merely an economic principle. It is a principle that shapes the nation's character." And he had very well articulated that it is the holistic human being's development that truly matters, that will define India's journey of growth. Today, I heard Harshvardhan Agarwalji talk about several factors that are important in our journey in the Amrit Kal. Whether it's innovation, whether it's skilling, whether it's the involvement of women and youth. The My formula nowadays has become very famous, and the Mahila Youth formula, and leads to even political successes. In fact, there was a time when most people would think good economics doesn't make for good politics. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has changed this old thinking, this old paradigm, and proven that good economics can make for good politics also. And look at the advantages that we have. In innovation, we are most cost competitive. Our young demographic dividend, the young population of India, provides us the strength on the back of which we can truly imagine or truly plan for large-scale innovation in the country. Day before yesterday, we had the Swiss minister come to engage with us on how we can expand investments from Switzerland and the EFTA countries. I'm sure you're all aware that the four-nation EFTA bloc, as a part of the FTA, committed to invest $100 billion in FDI, which will largely be innovation, which will largely be precision manufacturing. But that innovation in India, which will be probably at 1/5 the cost they would do it in Switzerland or in Liechtenstein or in the US or in Europe, which will happen at 1/5 that cost, will also need a mindset change. Will also need all of us to be willing to get out of the old culture where we were stuck on thinking which was 30 years behind our times. I was just sharing with somebody the other day, probably we could have done our FTAs with UK and European Union and with this EFTA bloc 25 years ago, but for the fixation in our mind that we have to protect the auto industry and wines and spirits. And what were we protecting? We were protecting a mindset that was not futuristic in its thinking. That was very, very backward in its thinking. Competition always brings more efficiency, always brings more choice for the consumer. It helps us look at our competitive advantages and go forward for the good of the nation. Similarly, when we looked at different sectors of the economy, we realized that we still have a long way to go in terms of inculcating that spirit of inquiry in our youth. And I think if FICCI is taking this up as a mission, it'll really do India a lot of good. It'll really help spur growth, faster growth, greater investment in innovation, R&D. In fact, no nation has become a developed nation so far without significant investment and effort on research and development. And from the side of the government, we have come forward with several programs to support our startup ecosystem, the deep tech ecosystem, our innovation. And mind you, every rupee that we spend in innovation in India is equivalent to 5 or 7 in the Western world. So when government gives a $12 billion RDI fund, Research, Development and Innovation Fund, coupled with the private sector's own contribution to the research project, the strength of our academia and our science and technology graduates, we are looking at a maybe $150 billion R&D on a purchasing power parity basis coming out of India. But we'll have to have laws which will accept and encourage innovation in the country, which will protect scientific inventions, and which will guide people around the world to look at India as their destination for R&D and innovation. I liked your point about skilling, and we have a big advantage in skilling. Most of the developed world today has an aging population problem. With an aging population, there's one other problem, very much related, and that is a very mature mind which has got used to a certain way of working and thinking. To change that mind, to adapt emerging technologies and new way of working is not easy. I mean, we can all look into our own selves. Our children adopt technology, they are very fast on the uptake compared to us. And therefore, you will find in most developed countries, gradually a large number of people are getting into social welfare, are living off social welfare. They are not able to adopt to changing times, changing technologies. With a youthful population in India, connected to the net at a very young age, with 1 billion internet users, it's one of the greatest opportunity that we have in India to have smart kids connected to the net, digitally wise, looking at what's happening around the world, experimenting with new ideas, willing to learn newer way of working. We all know that ChatGPT, second largest user base in the world, is today in India. Second largest user base. If we use applied artificial intelligence in a smart manner, we can truly transform the youth of the nation to get them engaged with the most modern of technologies and skill them very quickly. Provide that manpower to the world and have a game-changing, a very impactful presence in the world of technology, in the world of tomorrow. I run a skill development center in my constituency in Mumbai. It's just 1 year old now. And it's a delight every time I visit there to see the enthusiasm of the young boys and girls in picking up some traditional vocations, but a lot of innovative and futuristic activities. Kindle has set up a center for skilling young women in cyber security. They are young women, young girls. Believe me, most of them are coming in from either the slums or very humble background. But they pick it up so fast, 4 months or so, and they are future ready. They are ready to be absorbed in a job at 5 or 6 lakh rupees a year. Immediately. With no great past experience, no great background in the family. of high-tech work or high-tech activities. So that is an advantage if we leverage, and if FICCI takes this up as a mission, sets up skill development centers across the country in partnership with industry. The center also in Mumbai is run totally by industry. I have Blue Star there training people on refrigeration technologies. So gives them a pool of trained manpower who do installation, repairs, maintenance. I have ITC there training our young men and women into hospitality, a big area of the future. And the old age hospitality is not going to work in tomorrow. We need to be contemporary in all training that we are doing for our youngsters. And I think this can be a truly game-changing, and country's future depends on how well we skill our youth, how well we make our youth employable, help them to dream big, aspire big, and achieve big. And that advantage that we have in India should not be let go. We really need to leverage that. Friends, I was just thinking, how do I present the India story and why self-reliance will be at the core of the India story? We have all seen trade being weaponized. We have all seen the importance of having trusted partners around the world to work with countries who believe in fair trade and equal opportunity, both sides, which is why obviously we are working through a number of free trade agreements with developed nations. We've already concluded very robust, balanced, fair and equitable agreements with Australia, UAE, Mauritius, UK, four-nation EFTA group. At this point of time, we are in talks with 14 countries or group of countries, collectively representing nearly 50 countries around the world. And our focus is on countries of significance, preferably from the developed world, where we complement each other. We are talking to Oman, but at the same time, Bahrain and Qatar want to enter into negotiations. The GCC also is now talking that the whole six-nation group would like to engage. We are talking to New Zealand simultaneously with Australia for a second stage agreement. We are reviewing the ASEAN and Korea free trade agreement to bring in more balance into it. We are in active discussions with the United States and with the 27-nation European Union. We are working with Eurasia, which is the Central Europe group of countries. We just started negotiations probably yesterday or day before yesterday. And we are equally engaged to start discussions, to start negotiations very quickly with Israel, with whom we finalized terms of reference only last week. Canada and India are looking at a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. Next week, we're going to kickstart conversations around that. South Africa and the countries of Southern Africa, SACU group, has expressed a desire to talk business, as has the Mercosur group of countries led by Brazil. I'm just trying to give you a flavor why India is so much in focus. It's because of all of you. And what you represent is a pestle. When I was trying to understand why that word came about, I also went into the dictionary meaning. And I realized it resonates very well with me in some sense also. Because I started my career in the steel industry. And pestle is a small round tool with a round end used for crushing food. You know, at home, dal kootte hain jaise. But it can also be used in industry. I think many of us in industry are familiar how graphite is made or how so many tools are made. Pestles will tell you the India story. P-E-S-T-L-E. P stands for our political situation, strong, decisive leadership, stable democracy, where the rule of law prevails, government policies focused on ease of doing business, reducing compliance burden, reducing paperwork, reducing interference of officials in your business life, in the common man's day-to-day life, policy to open up newer sectors to the private sector. Space was opened up, now nuclear energy has been opened up, defense has already been opened up. A government whose policies are business-friendly, people-friendly, progress-friendly and future-friendly. And apart from political stability, we've also been successful in our tax policies. Direct tax, we're comparable to the best at 25% corporate tax. 12 lakh rupees middle class, almost all out of the tax. Individuals with 12 lakh rupee income out of the tax net. You just saw the transformational GST reforms recently, and you just saw the labor reforms come out, the 4 labor codes. Collectively demonstrating a government proactive in its effort to ease regulations, yet have very robust regulatory frameworks. And therefore, political support or political enabling framework will always be important. And the people of India have not let us down. They have supported the good work Prime Minister Modi has done. Otherwise, in a day and age where governments rarely get a third term, you gave Prime Minister Modi the third opportunity to serve the country. And since then, Maharashtra, Haryana, Delhi, Bihar, see the resounding results one after the other, which encourage us also to do more. ताली तो 2 हाथ से ही बचती है ना. हमारे को भी प्रोत्साहन मिलता है, हमें भी, हमारा भी उत्साहवर्धन होता है, हमारा भी हर्षवर्धन होता है. और हमें भी आनंद आता है, और उसी में से विजय होती है. And since I started my career with power, तभी ज्योति जलती है. The E after P stands for economic. The economic policies. Look at our growth, fastest growing large economy, expected to be the fastest growing for many years to come. Inflation, do I need to say more? The last 10 years, we've seen the lowest in decadal inflation ever in our history since independence. And of course, this year would be a very, very low inflation number. Everybody's waiting for RBI to reflect on the current inflation numbers, I believe. Interest rates today are almost at the level we had them during the Vajpayee era. So we had high interest rates up to 98. came down drastically in 99, 2000 to 2004, continuously fell, shot up like crazy from 4 to 14, and since 14 with a robust banking system in place, continuously on the decline, except in the post-COVID period where we had to control inflation through instruments of interest rate. Our unemployment rates are amongst the lowest we have ever seen. Most companies come and tell me, आदमी नहीं मिलते, कामगार नहीं मिलते, employees नहीं मिलते. Despite apparent stress in the apparel industry, the gentleman who started Tirupur came up to me the other day and said, I still need 30,000 more employees in Tirupur, if you can help me get them. Infrastructure companies, including the ones who built this, and I hope you like this place. How many of you have come here for the first time? Quite a few. I'd urge you to walk around, maybe see the Leaders Summit if it's empty. I don't know if something is going on over there, where the G20 was held, and get a feel of the place. It'll show you this is the new India. But they say they don't get workers. I used to monitor it every week. And the first question was, we need X number of people. How many worked in the project last week? And we never crossed 65, 70% of our requirement. Couldn't get workers. Lowest unemployment rate and strong macroeconomic fundamentals. Highest foreign exchange reserves we've seen in a long time. Banking system with less than 1% NPAs. Probably less than 0.5% net NPAs, I think. The S stands for the social fabric of the country. Our demography supports us. Young population, 28.5-year average age. India still strongly holds our cultural heritage, traditions, family value systems, which are very important for peace and harmony. Our consumer attitudes are becoming more and more modern. Lifestyles are changing. That also supports consumption story and growth. And education levels are going up. Similarly, the T standing for technological prowess of the country. As you said, we are focused on innovation. We are focused on bringing in newer and newer contemporary technologies, automation, robotics. R&D will help us with emerging technologies. We've just come out with a policy to support rare earth processing so that we become self-reliant in that. And this impact of emerging technologies on products, goods, services will help the country grow faster in the years to come. L is the legal framework. We are proud to be a democracy. The rule of law prevails. And we are amending and changing laws to make them more contemporary, to get out of the colonial mindset. All laws made before 1947 are being changed to make them more relevant to today's times and prepare ourselves for the next 30, 40 years. So you'll see a lot of laws of the past, many obsolete, thrown out of the statute book, many being reformed, including the criminal laws, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sahitas. You're seeing Jan Vishwas Bill 1 already done, 2 before Parliament. We are already preparing for Jan Vishwas Bill 3. That's the pace and speed at which legal reform. Who would have imagined virtual hearings in India? So people from London are appearing also in a court case in India. Hopefully that should reduce adjournment, speed up delivery of justice. Infrastructure has been upgraded for the legal delivery faster. Lok Adalats and Jan Adalats or settlement of cases through mediation and arbitration is being encouraged. Consumer rights today are being respected and honored. Competition rules are quite robust. Our regulatory framework our RBI is better than the best in the world. SEBI, ADA, doing some fantastic work, recognized and respected world over. And lastly, environment. And with that, you could also link the energy self-sufficiency and energy plans. And clearly, India is one country focused on climate change, focused on sustainability. We recognize the importance, and we'll all have to work collectively as a team so that India will be a global responsible citizen. Even though we are not responsible for the mess up there, our contribution to the carbon up there, barely 3.5%, despite supporting a 17% population. But we remain committed to our Paris goals, intended nationally determined goals. We remain committed to a better future for our children. And it's incumbent on all of us as a team to come up with ideas, to explore new ways. If I can just throw a thought, and if FICCI can take it up, construction, the way we do it today, is clearly a source of a lot of pollution at the local level. We'll have to, at least in the cities to begin with, move into precast construction or construction which is with material prepared outside and just put up. We can't have cement mixers running in cities. But does government have to mandate it? Not necessary. I did the costing also. I found it's not much costlier. You do it much faster. Probably save a lot of money on interest costs alone, and delays of construction are saved. But can we collectively resolve? Can all the big industry to begin with resolve? We will not do any construction which is not precast outside cities and towns. Small thing, but everything adds up. Can all the real estate players come together? And when the scale is there, the cost will further reduce. It's a matter of choice. It's a matter of public participation. Because it's when all of us collectively make it our determined goal to solve this problem that we can really find resolution. And I think this framework, both our internal factors and external climate, can help us truly transform the future of India as we enter into the 99th year of FICCI. And I've suggested to the leadership, I spent about half an hour with them before I came here. I've suggested to them that they look at FICCI becoming a global organization, look at FICCI playing a more proactive role as India integrates its economy with the world, look at FICCI becoming a harbinger of new ideas, changing the mindset of India to prepare ourselves for the next century of FICCI, and take this up as a clarion call for the future. I'm sure that FICCI's contributions, which are many in its first century, will be many-fold bigger and bolder and transformational in its second century. And their role in nation building will help us achieve transformational results in the journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, sir, for your invaluable direction, your clear guidance, and the many pointers that you continue to offer industry. Your leadership not only shapes policy, but also inspires progress, innovation, and confidence across the sector. I'd like to now call upon the President-elect FICCI and the Vice Chairman RPG Group, Mr. Anant Goenka, to please give thanks.
Honorable Minister, no, it's my privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of FICCI. Sir, you visited 5 countries only in the last 2 months, Qatar, Germany, Belgium, New Zealand, and Israel. And I didn't have the time to note down the 20 next countries that you mentioned in your speech, but your tireless energy truly inspires us and wants us to do better as industry. Friends, it's really a reminder that India's global engagement is in full throttle. And under your leadership, we are making our presence felt across every corner of the world. Your insights today on Atmanirbharta, on the importance of national security, the Mahila Youth Formula, lean innovation, that economic success can lead to political success, skilling, and the PESTEL framework really inspired confidence that we are on the right track towards a Viksit Bharat in 2047. As we begin our AGM, we reaffirm our commitment as FICCI to supporting the government's reform agenda, and we are committed to working with you in lockstep to make sure that we give priority to innovation, to skilling, ease of doing business, leveraging the various FTAs that you have been working on over the last few months. With your guidance, sir, the collective resolve of the Indian industry, we are confident that in the coming year, we will bring new opportunities, stronger partnerships, and ambitious outcomes. Thank you for gracing this occasion and for your continued support and guidance, sir. Thank you. A big hand.
I'd like to now request all the past presidents of FICCI who are present here to please join our Honourable Minister and guests on the dais for a group picture. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be quickly moving into the next session. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You've got the stalwarts of industry here. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Honourable Minister for gracing the occasion and sharing his thoughts. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Culture joining us any minute now.
Sunday night.
Said I wanted one.
Good to see you too. Always a pleasure to see you.
उसको तो बताया मुंबई से आया है
Yes. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We are soon going to be joined by the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Culture. I'd like to just draw your attention to those of you who are not familiar with Hindi. Some of our guest speakers may be using Hindi in their speeches. We have a limited number of headsets available for our foreign guests who'd like to take one. Those of you who require a headset, we've got the usher here available with the headset. Please ensure that if you do collect one, you return it as well. Thank you.
In 1927, a group of industrial pioneers came together with a shared conviction that India's progress would be built on vision, enterprise and unity of purpose. From that conviction was born FICCI, the collective voice of Indian industry. Through the freedom struggle and every chapter of nation building since, FICCI has remained a trusted partner in shaping India's economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India stands tall on the global stage, FICCI's founding ethos finds new meaning: to build a nation that is self-reliant, inclusive and future-ready. A nation where every enterprise strengthens resilience, their innovation fuels opportunity, and their sustainable growth defines leadership. This year, FICCI's work has centered on 4 strategic pillars that power India's transformation into a self-reliant economic powerhouse: Make in India, sustainability, rural prosperity, and women-led development. Under Make in India, FICCI advanced the country's manufacturing competitiveness through the India Manufacturing Leadership Forum 2025, which brought together over 60 CEOs to chart pathways for global excellence. Inputs to Niti Aayog and DPIIT shaped the national manufacturing mission, while capability building visits to leading industries promoted operational
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please refrain from moving about. We're moving into the next session. Please be seated.
helping them measure and cut carbon emissions, launched pilot projects and championed a roadmap for public charging infrastructure 2030 to accelerate green mobility, circular economy collaborations and public policy. Driving rural prosperity, FICCI's digital mechanization and skills initiative have onboarded more than 19,000 farmers onto the Krish-E platform and enabled thousands of rental partners to access modern equipment. At the core of women-led development, over 7 lakh women have been skilled through FICCI's nationwide campaign, supported by corporate partners. The Tech Equity digital platform is now engaging 4 lakh users. These 4 pillars together embody India's rise: manufacturing with excellence, growing responsibly, empowering its villages, and ensuring women lead the nation's progress. As we gather for FICCI's
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Culture, a round of applause please and welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, on stage now, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Culture, the President of FICCI, Mr. Harshavardhan Agarwal, Vice Chairman and MD Imami Limited, the President-elect, Mr. Anant Goenka, Vice Chairman RPG Group, and the Director General FICCI, Ms. Jyoti Vij, who are already up on stage. Mr. Vijay Shankar will join us in a few minutes. As part of our welcome to our guests, ladies and gentlemen, the President of FICCI is requested now to please present to the Honourable Minister a shawl and a special green certificate. FICCI's tradition of giving green certificates is a pledge to plant a grove of trees on your behalf. 51 trees are being planted at Rambhumi, Ayodhya, in your honour, sir. This is a small step towards a greener, more responsible future and a token of appreciation for your presence here. May I now request the President of FICCI, Mr. Harshvardhan Agarwal, to please welcome the Honourable Minister and guests.
Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji. On the dais, Anant, Jyoti, past presidents of FICCI, members of National Executive Committee, industry leaders, friends from media, a very good morning to all of you. Honorable Minister, it is truly our privilege to welcome you today. Your presence reaffirms the deep partnership between the government and Indian industry in shaping a vibrant future for India's tourism and cultural economy. Under your visionary leadership, the ministry has taken remarkable strides from Swadesh Darshan 2 and Prasad to promoting community-led and sustainable tourism models. You have infused new ambition and purpose into the sector, aligning it with India's broader growth story. Few nations offer what India does, a living civilization, a cultural mosaic stretching from the Himalayas to Kanyakumari, from our deserts to our coasts. Every few miles, language, cuisine, and traditional change. Yet, the spirit of Atithi Devo Bhava remains constant. Tourism today contributes nearly 5.2% directly to India's GDP and supports over 84 million livelihoods across the country. With the right focus, this can become a $250 billion opportunity by 2030, creating more than 100 million jobs and making tourism one of the most powerful engines of inclusive growth. Every investment in tourism creates the highest employment multiplier among major sectors, touching lives in villages, small towns, and heritage cities alike. What is remarkable is the scale of opportunity before us. India is already home to 42 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, the 6th highest in the world. Yet we attract only 10 million international visitors a year. In contrast, France welcomes over 90 million, Spain 84, United States around 80. India, with all its diversity and civilization depth, currently attracts around 10 million, showing not a gap in potential but a vast opportunity waiting to be unlocked. But tourism is not only about destination, it is also about cultural exports and soft power. In every corner of the world, there is a part of India, an Indian community, a yoga studio, an Ayurvedic center, a restaurant serving Indian curry or masala dosa. Our diaspora of over 30 million Indians has become one of the greatest ambassadors of brand India. From Bollywood and classical dance to Indian fashion, designs, craft, yoga, and wellness, the world already loves what India creates. If we can connect our tourism promotion with our cultural exports, our art, cuisine, cinema, and spirituality, India can shape a global cultural movement of its own. Tourism, in that sense, becomes not only an economic engine, but also a powerful tool of soft power and national influence, one that shares the story of Bharat with the world. Our heritage is older than Europe's, our natural landscape as breathtaking as any in the world, and our spiritual traditions unmatched in depths. What we now need is to package, promote, and present India with the same intensity and innovation through world-class connectivity, digital interfaces, and powerful storytelling that connects emotionally with global travelers. Imagine an India where every tourist circuit, from the Buddhist trail to the Ramayana route, rivals the world's best cultural journeys. Where every visitor leaves not just with photographs but with a feeling of awe. That is the India we can build, where culture becomes commerce and tourism becomes a true pillar of Viksit Bharat 2047. At FICCI, we have long believed that tourism is not just about travel, it is about nation building. Through initiatives like Great India Travel Bazaar, National Tourism Investors Meet, Meet in India, and Wed in India, we have worked to bring government, industry, and investors together to unlock this immense potential. FICCI stands to partner with the ministry in this transformative effort. Together, we can ensure that every traveler who comes to India lives with one enduring thought: incredible India, unforgettable India. Thank you so much.
Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji embodies a rare blend of entrepreneurial spirit, inventive thinking, warmth, compassion, and boundless energy. As the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Culture, he carries both the responsibility and the opportunity to focus on infrastructure development, cultural heritage promotion, and leveraging the sector for economic growth. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to invite Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji to please address the august gathering.
अपनी बात शुरू करूं उससे पहले अभी जब अग्रवाल साहब बात कर रहे थे, इन्होंने एक विषय हम सब के बीच में रखा, वहां से अपनी बात शुरू करता हूं। एक कंपैरेटिव स्टैटिस्टिक्स इन्होंने रखा कि भारत में 1 करोड़ यात्री हर साल आते हैं। And whenever we compare with our peer competitors, maybe in Asia Pacific or in the world, आपने कहा 9 करोड़ यात्री फ्रांस में आते हैं, 90 मिलियन, 80 मिलियन इन यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स और 40 मिलियन इन थाईलैंड। लेकिन चाहे थाईलैंड में देख लीजिए, दुबई में देख लीजिए, फ्रांस में देख लीजिए, या एक्सेप्ट अमेरिका, दुनिया के किसी देश में, उनके पास डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म क्या है? अगर नैनालाल किदवई जी अगर घर से निकल करके वाराणसी दर्शन करने के लिए जाते हैं, वेदर यू कंसिडर हर एज ए टूरिस्ट और नॉट? इफ दोज नंबर्स आर बीइंग कंसिडर्ड, अकेले महाकाल में पिछले साल 8 करोड़ लोग दर्शन करने गए, अयोध्या में 8 करोड़ गए, काशी विश्वनाथ में 6 करोड़ गए, और पिछले साल कुंभ में 66 करोड़ गए। सारी दुनिया का टूरिस्ट मिला लो तो भी उससे कम होगा। इसलिए देखने की दृष्टि को हम सबको बदलना पड़ेगा। मुझे लगता है कि ये सबसे पहली आवश्यकता है टूरिज्म के लिए। और जिस दिन तक हम नहीं बदलेंगे, तब तक हम भारत में टूरिज्म पोटेंशियल क्या है और कितना ग्रो किया है, वो हम कभी उसके बारे में उस ठीक से विचार नहीं कर पाएंगे। Members of the FICCI Presidium and the past presidents, excellencies, ambassadors, diplomats, distinguished captains of industry, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It's both an honor and a privilege to address 98th Annual General Meeting of FICCI, an organization that for nearly a century has served as a lighthouse for Indian enterprise, a bridge between policy and performance, and a steadfast architect of our economic aspirations. Your work has not only shaped the trajectory of India's growth, but has continuously expanded the horizon of what our nation can imagine and achieve. I convey my deep appreciation for your commitment to India's developmental journey. Ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, allow me to underline a truth that is often acknowledged but insufficiently emphasized. Culture and tourism are not two parallel tracks. They are inseparable pillars of a single value chain. Culture preserves the memory of civilization, and tourism animates the memory into experience, enterprise, and economic value. India, being blessed with a civilizational inheritance stretching over 5 millennia, stands at a unique vantage point. Our tangible heritage, temples, forts, monasteries, stepwells, archaeological sites, and our intangible riches, languages, literature, music, craft, cuisine, and festivals, combine to form one of the world's greatest reservoirs of cultural capital. It's upon this foundation that we must build a globally competitive tourism economy, one that's resilient, that is future ready, technologically advanced, and deeply aligned with India's aspirations as a rising global power. The global tourism ecosystem today contributes nearly 10% of the world's GDP, supporting over 320 million jobs, as noted by the WTTC. Tourism has emerged not only as a leisure sector, but as a structural engine of economic revitalization, investment flow, youth employment, women's empowerment, and cross-cultural understanding. In India, tourism is the economic backbone of several states, most notably the northeastern region, where it sustains livelihood, encourages entrepreneurship, and supports women-led community enterprise. The multiplier effect of tourism is unmatched. Every hotel built, every guided experience created, every heritage site restored generates a cascade of opportunities across MSMEs, local artisans, logistics, transports, food and beverage, skilling, and digital services. Recognizing this profound potential, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has elevated tourism to the national growth strategy, placing it alongside tradition, talent, trade, and technology as a pillar of India's march towards becoming a $30 trillion economy by 2047, with tourism contributing no less than 10% of GDP of a Viksit Bharat. This vision springs from a deep civilizational ethos, Vikas bhi or Virasat bhi, where development and heritage progress together, strengthening both national prosperity and cultural stewardship. No tourism strategy succeeds without infrastructure, not merely physical, but digital and service infrastructure as well. In the last decade, India has undergone nothing short of an infrastructural renaissance. Operational airports expanded from fewer than 75 to now 127. The total number of airports is much, much higher. With a vision of 350 operational airports by 2047, new greenfield airports, regional connectivity through UDAN scheme, and world-class terminals have opened the country like never before. 10 international standard cruise terminals are transforming coastal tourism. 150,000 kilometers new highways have been created. New generation railway infrastructure have been created in our country. 38 inland waterways have been designed for river cruises, linking culture, commerce, and connectivity. Over 10,000 kilometers of metro lines across 23 Tier 1 and Tier 2 cities ensures seamless multimodal movement. Expressways, economic corridors, and high-speed Vande Bharat trains have placed most major pilgrim and tourism sites within convenient reach. The rejuvenation of temple corridors, Kashi, Mahakal, Kedarnath, Puri, Ayodhya, is one of the most transformative tourism initiatives in modern India. These investments have redefined how the world experiences India's spiritual geography. With rupees 12,000 plus crore invested in destination development, India has undertaken one of the largest tourism infrastructure program in the world for inclusive, accessible, and sustainable visitor experience. We are now engineering a structural shift by developing 50 global standard destinations under the challenge mode framework, encouraging states to compete on quality of infrastructure, visitor experience, sustainability parameters, and future readiness. This approach harnesses competitive federalism, industry partnerships, and community engagements, ensuring that India's best destinations match for surpass the world's finest. To complement this ambition, we are actively considering harmonized infrastructure status for the hotel industry, a long-standing demand that will unlock capital, expand rooms, inventory, and strengthen our global price competitiveness. One of the most remarkable achievements of India's governance model has been the creation of digital public infrastructure, stack unmatched globally. DigiLocker for secure paperless travel, Digi Yatra enabling frictionless airport movement, UPI which has made India the world's fastest growing digital payment ecosystem, e-visas which have simplified travel permissions with trust, transparency, and efficiency. Incredible India 2.0 launched in 2024 integrates online travel aggregators for single window access to verified and curated travel informations, creating an ecosystem that is both citizen-friendly and also industry-friendly. This is not reform for its own sake. This is India's placing itself at the frontier of global tourism technology. Ladies and gentlemen, India is emerging as a world leader in Ayush-based wellness, medical value travel, and integrative healing pathways. Through partnerships with hospitals, MVT operators, and global insurance networks, we are creating a seamless ecosystem that respects ethical standards and enhances visitor trust. India witnessed a historic surge in concert tourism, reflecting a vibrant youth economy. With Gujarat awarded the 2030 Commonwealth Games, sports tourism will experience a major upswing. Meet in India is now a global proposition, supported by the Bharat Mandapam, where we are today, and Yashobhumi, GeoWorld in Mumbai, and many more across the country. The world's largest convention facilities now we have in our country. The global MICE sector is worth over $900 billion, and India is determined to claim a large share of this market. The Union Budget 2025 strengthened our focus on green tourism, digital transformation, MSME enablement, youth and community skilling, and destination management. The Kashi model of guide training has become a national template for structured capacity building. Meanwhile, GST 2.0 standards as a major consumer-friendly reform that enhances competitiveness and ease of doing business, especially crucial for travel, hospitality, and events. Ladies and gentlemen, India's G20 presidency placed tourism at the heart of global discourse. The Goa roadmap on tech-enabled tourism, clean and green travel, sustainability through travel for life, and global best practices. It has gained recognition as a benchmark of collaborative global action. Our dashboard of global best practices is being applauded by member nations for its ability to democratize knowledge, share innovations, and inspire reforms worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, policy can set direction. Infrastructure can lay the foundation. Technology can ease the journey. But the true transformation of tourism will be led by the industry. India needs bold private investment, reimagined hospitality models, innovative experiential tourism products, globally benchmark service excellence, and deep community linkages. Government has provided the enabling environment. Now it is industry's movement to lead, shape, and elevate India's tourism brand globally. Let us imagine an India where every destination is a benchmark of excellence, every journey is seamless, safe, and sustainable, every community benefits from tourism, every visitor becomes an ambassador of India, having experienced different places in India, and every cultural asset is preserved with scientific rigor and pride. Let us envision a nation where tourism becomes a $1 trillion sector, generating millions of jobs, catalyzing MSMEs, empowering women, and positioning India as one of the world's most respected tourism powers. This is not an aspiration alone. It is a commitment, a shared national commitment shaped by government, industry, and communities together. As India steps forward towards a century of independence, let us ensure that our cultural legacy becomes a global bridge, our tourism industry becomes an engine of prosperity, and our civilizational story becomes a compelling invitation to the world. Together, let us craft a future where India, ancient and eternal, modern and dynamic, stands as one of the world's most admired destinations for culture, tourism, wellness, MICE, and human connections. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, sir, for your steadfast guidance, your encouragement to the industry, and the direction you continue to provide as we collectively strive to elevate India's standing as a global tourism hub. May I now call upon the President-elect, FICCI, and the Vice Chairman, RPG Group, Mr. Anant Goenka, to please give thanks.
Honorable Minister, it's my privilege to thank you on behalf of FICCI for gracing our 98th AGM and sharing your views. Your vision to position India as a world-class, sustainable, experience-rich destination has brought renewed energy and ambition to the sector. In addition to the various points that you shared, initiatives such as Swadesh Darshan 2.0 focused on sustainable and community-led development, and Prasad, which is pilgrimage rejuvenation and spiritual heritage augmentation drive, which strengthens pilgrimage and heritage circuits, are creating high-quality tourism assets across the country. The emphasis on safety, cleanliness, responsible tourism, and seamless travel reflects the Ministry's commitment to global standards and visitor experience. Tourism is emerging as a strong driver for economic growth, for job creation, entrepreneurship, and cultural preservation. FICCI remains committed to working closely with the Ministry to build a competitive, inclusive, and globally admired tourism ecosystem. Once again, Honorable Minister, thank you for your time, your presence, and your continued support and guidance to FICCI and the Indian industry. Thank you.
I'd like to now request all the past presidents of FICCI present here to please join the Honourable Minister and guests on the dais for a photograph. Past presidents, please join the Honourable Minister. They're coming. Thank you very much to the Honourable Minister. Thank you to our past presidents and the Presidium up on stage. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain in your places until the Honourable Minister has left the hall. And before we break for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Senior Advisor FICCI, Mr. Manab Majumdar, to complete the formalities for the official business of FICCI. Mr. Majumdar.
Thank you so much. And good afternoon, dignitaries, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most important items of our annual general meeting is taking up the official business of the AGM. The item number 1 of the agenda is adoption of annual report and statement of accounts and classified list of resolutions from our member bodies. Number 1, annual report and statement of accounts. The annual report and statement of accounts for the financial year 2024-25 have already been circulated to all the esteemed members. I seek your approval to pass the following resolution. This annual general meeting hereby adopts the annual report and statement of accounts of the Federation for the financial year 2024-25. It's proposed by Ms. Uma Reddy and seconded by Mr. Nachia. Thank you. Thank you, sir, and thank you, gentlemen. Moving on, second item is classified list of resolutions received from member bodies. The classified list of resolutions received from the member bodies have been circulated along with the annual report to all members. I seek your kind approval to pass the following resolution. The annual general meeting hereby adopts the classified list of resolutions received from our member bodies. Proposed by Mr. Sanjay Bhatia. Thank you, sir. Seconded by Mr. R. Shivakumar. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Moving on, next item is appointment of director of the company. Resolved that pursuant to the provisions of sections 152 of the Companies Act 2013 and rules made thereunder, approval to the appointment of the director of the company who will be nominated and declared by the executive committee immediately after the conclusion of the general meeting be and is hereby granted. Proposed by Mr. S.K. Sanghi. Thank you, sir. And seconded by Mr. Linesh. Thanks. Next item is appointment of statutory auditors for the financial year 2025-26. I seek your kind approval to pass the following resolution. Mrs. Walker, Chandruk and Company LLP have been appointed as statutory auditors last year for a period of 5 years. It's resolved that the Executive Board of FICCI is hereby authorized to negotiate, determine and finalize the remuneration of auditors for the financial year 2025-26. I seek your kind approval for this. Proposed by Ms. Kavita Dutt. Thank you, ma'am. And seconded by Mr. Mahendra Parma. Thank you so much. Last but not the least, elections to the executive committee from member bodies and associate members were held this morning. The names of the successful candidates, that is the result, will be announced later in the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind patience. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mojumdar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we now take a break for lunch. We will be back here at 1:45. Lunch is being served outside for delegates adjacent to the hall in the pre-function area, as well as one level below, down the escalators at the L1 pre-function area. Please be back here on time so that we can have our sessions running on time. Thank you very much.
In 1927, a group of industrial pioneers came together with a shared conviction that India's progress would be built on vision, enterprise, and unity of purpose. From that conviction was born FICCI, the collective voice of Indian industry. Through the freedom struggle and every chapter of nation building since, FICCI has remained a trusted partner in shaping India's economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India stands tall on the global stage, FICCI's founding ethos finds new meaning: to build a nation that is self-reliant, inclusive, and future-ready. A nation where every enterprise strengthens resilience, their innovation fuels opportunity, and where sustainable growth defines leadership. This year, FICCI's work has centered on 4 strategic pillars that power India's transformation into a self-reliant economic powerhouse: Make in India, sustainability, rural prosperity, and women-led development. Under Make in India, FICCI advanced the country's manufacturing competitiveness through the India Manufacturing Leadership Forum 2025, which brought together over 60 CEOs to chart pathways for global excellence. Inputs to Niti Aayog and DPIIT shaped the national manufacturing mission, while capability building visits to leading industries promoted operational excellence from across MSMEs. On sustainability, FICCI created a deep connect with MSMEs, helping them measure and cut carbon emissions, launched pilot projects, and championed a roadmap for public charging infrastructure 2030 to accelerate green mobility, circular economy collaborations, and public policy. Driving rural prosperity, FICCI's digital mechanization and skills initiative have onboarded more than 19,000 farmers onto the Krish platform and enabled thousands of rental partners to access modern equipment. At the core of women-led development, over 7 lakh women have been skilled through FICCI's nationwide campaign, supported by corporate partners. The Tech Equity digital platform is now engaging 4 lakh users. These 4 pillars together embody India's rise: manufacturing with excellence, growing responsibly, empowering its villages, and ensuring women lead the nation's progress. As we gather for FICCI's 98th annual convention, we celebrate not only a year of achievements, but a legacy of purpose, a century of turning aspiration into action. Welcome to FICCI's 98th annual convention, India, the self-reliant economic powerhouse. In 1927, a group of industrial pioneers came together with a shared conviction that India's progress would be built on vision, enterprise, and unity of purpose. From that conviction was born FICCI, the collective voice of Indian industry. Through the freedom struggle and every chapter of nation building since, FICCI has remained a trusted partner in shaping India's economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India stands tall on the global stage, FICCI's founding ethos finds new meaning: to build a nation that is self-reliant, inclusive and future-ready. A nation where every enterprise strengthens resilience, where innovation fuels opportunity, and where sustainable growth defines leadership. This year, FICCI's work has centered on 4 strategic pillars that power India's transformation into a self-reliant economic powerhouse: Make in India, sustainability, rural prosperity, and women-led development. Under Make in India, FICCI advanced the country's manufacturing competitiveness through the India Manufacturing Leadership Forum 2025, which brought together over 60 CEOs to chart pathways for global excellence. Inputs to Niti Aayog and DPIIT shaped the national manufacturing mission, while capability building visits to leading industries promoted operational excellence from across MSMEs. On sustainability, FICCI created a deep connect with MSMEs, helping them measure and cut carbon emissions, launched pilot projects, and championed a roadmap for public charging infrastructure 2030 to accelerate green mobility, circular economy collaborations, and public policy. Driving rural prosperity, FICCI's digital mechanization and skills initiative have onboarded more than 19,000 farmers onto the Krish E platform and enabled thousands of rental partners to access modern equipment. At the core of women-led development, over 7 lakh women have been skilled through FICCI's nationwide campaign, supported by corporate partners. The Tech Equity digital platform is now engaging 4 lakh users. These 4 pillars together embody India's rise: manufacturing with excellence, growing responsibly, empowering its villages, and ensuring women lead the nation's progress. As we gather for FICCI's 98th annual convention, we celebrate not only a year of achievements, but a legacy of purpose, a century of turning aspiration into action. Welcome to FICCI's 98th annual convention, India, the self-reliant economic powerhouse.
The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders. An unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility.
In 1927, a group of industrial pioneers came together with a shared conviction that India's progress would be built on vision, enterprise and unity of purpose. From that conviction was born FICCI, the collective voice of Indian industry. Through the freedom struggle and every chapter of nation building since, FICCI has remained a trusted partner in shaping India's economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India stands tall on the global stage, FICCI's founding ethos finds new meaning: to build a nation that is self-reliant, inclusive and future-ready. A nation where every enterprise strengthens resilience, where innovation fuels opportunity, and where sustainable growth defines leadership. This year, FICCI's work has centered on 4 strategic pillars that power India's transformation into a self-reliant economic powerhouse: Make in India, sustainability, rural prosperity, and women-led development. Under Make in India, FICCI advanced the country's manufacturing competitiveness through the India Manufacturing Leadership Forum 2025, which brought together over 60 CEOs to chart pathways for global excellence. Inputs to Niti Aayog and DPIIT shaped the national manufacturing mission, while capability building visits to leading industries promoted operational excellence from across MSMEs. On sustainability, FICCI created a deep connect with MSMEs, helping them measure and cut carbon emissions, launched pilot projects, and championed a roadmap for public charging infrastructure 2030 to accelerate green mobility, circular economy collaborations, and public policy. Driving rural prosperity, FICCI's digital mechanization and skills initiative have onboarded more than 19,000 farmers onto the Krish E platform and enabled thousands of rental partners to access modern equipment. At the core of women-led development, over 7 lakh women have been skilled through FICCI's nationwide campaign, supported by corporate partners. The tech equity economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India stands tall on the global stage, FICCI's founding ethos finds new meaning: to build a nation that is self-reliant, inclusive and future-ready. A nation where every enterprise strengthens resilience, where innovation fuels opportunity, and where sustainable growth defines leadership. This year, FICCI's work
The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders, an unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility.
In 1927, a group of industrial pioneers came together with a shared conviction that India's progress would be built on vision, enterprise, and unity of purpose. From that conviction was born FICCI, the collective voice of Indian industry. Through the freedom struggle and every chapter of nation building since, FICCI has remained a trusted partner in shaping India's economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India stands tall on the global stage, FICCI's founding ethos finds new meaning: to build a nation that is self-reliant, inclusive, and future-ready. A nation where every enterprise strengthens resilience, where innovation fuels opportunity, and where sustainable growth defines leadership. This year, FICCI's work has centered on 4 strategic pillars that power India's transformation into a self-reliant economic powerhouse: Make in India, sustainability, rural prosperity, and women-led development. Under Make in India, FICCI advanced the country's manufacturing competitiveness through the India Manufacturing Leadership Forum 2025, which brought together over 60 CEOs to chart pathways for global excellence. Inputs to Niti Aayog and DPIIT shaped the national manufacturing mission, while capability building visits to leading industries promoted operational excellence from across MSMEs. On sustainability, FICCI created a deep connect with MSMEs, helping them measure and cut carbon emissions, launched pilot projects, and championed a roadmap for public charging infrastructure 2030 to accelerate green mobility, circular economy collaborations, and public policy. Driving rural prosperity, FICCI's digital mechanization and skills initiative have onboarded more than 19,000 farmers onto the Krish platform and enabled thousands of rental partners to access modern equipment. At the core of women-led development, over 7 lakh women have been skilled through FICCI's nationwide campaign, supported by corporate partners. The Tech Equity digital platform is now engaging 4 lakh users. These 4 pillars together embody India's rise: manufacturing with excellence, growing responsibly, empowering its villages, and ensuring women lead the nation's progress. As we gather for FICCI's 98th annual convention, we celebrate not only a year of achievements, but a legacy of purpose, a century of turning aspiration into action. Welcome to FICCI's 98th annual convention, India, the self-reliant economic powerhouse.
The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders, an unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility.
क्या करना है?
Who's not there? Bhatia.
बता दिया उन्होंने सेंटर में, ठीक है देवेश।
नेम प्लेट है ना मैडम, नेम प्लेट दे दीजिए ना। कौन सी वाली है? उसके दिन उसके बाद वाली कितने की है? 3 बजे वाली।
This one here. ये क्या है?
चेक कर लिया, वही ठीक है तो वही दीजिए। मैं भी चेक कर लेता हूँ। एक्चुअली इसमें दिख नहीं आ रहा ना, मोबाइल पे चेक कर लो। नहीं, शाम को एक्चुअली क्या है, ऑफिशियल मीटिंग है, इसलिए मुझे शाम को पहुँचना है। मतलब मैं 4-3 बजे वाली लूँगा, 5 बजे लूँगा, 6-7 बजे तक पहुँच जाऊँगा।
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. A reminder for those of you who've been using your mobile phones, please ensure that it is in the silent mode. This way, sir. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the first session post-lunch on economy with secretaries to the Government of India. From challenges to competitiveness, policy priorities for sustaining high growth is our theme. This session brings together secretaries to the Government of India who will reflect on India's long-term strategy, the evolving investment climate, and key sectoral priorities. Most importantly, the discussion will spotlight new avenues for business expansion, innovation and job creation as India moves with confidence towards Viksit Bharat and a truly self-reliant economic future. May I request all our guests to kindly be seated. On our panel, we've got the Secretary Ministry of Defence, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shri Devesh Chaturvedi, the Secretary, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Shri Amardeep Singh Bhatia, will join us any moment. Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Shri A.P. Das Joshi, and the Commerce Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Shri Rajesh Agarwal. To moderate the session, we've got Shireen Bhan, Managing Editor, CNBC TV 18. I'd like to now start off by inviting the President FICCI to please welcome our guest speakers by presenting to them mementos and special green certificates. Just follow him as he's going forward. Start at the beginning from there, sir. Please move up quickly. Move up with the certificates. FICCI's tradition in giving these green certificates is a pledge to plant a grove of trees at Ram Bhumi, Ayodhya, in the honor of our guest, and this is our small step towards a greener, more responsible future, and also as a token of appreciation for your presence here. So we've got certificates and tokens of appreciation for all our guests, actually. It's two things. Together. आप बोलूंगी तभी तो Thank you very much, sir. May I request you to please make your opening remarks before we hand it over to Shireen.
Esteemed Secretaries to the Government of India, members of the FICCI Presidium, past presidents, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It is an honor to welcome you all to this special session with the senior leadership of the Government of India. We are privileged to have with us Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Defence, Shri Devesh Chaturvedi, Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shri A.P. Das Joshi, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Shri Rajesh Agarwal, Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Shri Amardeep Singh Bhatia, who will be joining us very soon, and our moderator, Ms. Shireen Bhan. Friends, India stands today at a defining moment in its economic journey across sectors from defense, electronics, and automotive to pharmaceuticals and food processing, Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat are accelerating industrial transformation and job creation. Our achievement in digital public infrastructure have enhanced service delivery and financial inclusion at a scale unmatched globally, becoming a powerful platform for productivity and innovation. As we work towards the aspiration of a globally competitive and self-reliant India, it is crucial that government and industry continues to move forward together with clarity, ambition, and speed. The policy priorities we pursue today will shape India's trajectory for decades to come. In that context, today's session, from challenges to competitiveness, policy priorities for sustaining high growth, is both timely and important. We look forward to hearing from our esteemed secretaries who are at the forefront of shaping India's economic direction and to aligning industry efforts with national priorities. I now hand over to Ms. Shirin to begin this crucial dialogue. Thank you so much.
Very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us here this afternoon. It is a privilege and an honor to be back here at the FICCI Annual General Meeting. I've always had the privilege of being able to host a show with the whole of government, all the secretaries representing the government of India, and it is an honor to be back here to do exactly the same. I won't go through the introductions again because you already know who I'm going to be speaking to. As was articulated at the start of the program, the idea really is to delve into each sector, to ask each secretary what the year has shaped up to be, but more importantly, what the outlook is as we look at 2026 and beyond. If I were to do a dipstick survey here in the room, I think the number one question that everybody wants an answer to is, when will the India-US BTA happen? And I know all fingers on this panel will point in one direction towards Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, the Commerce Secretary. That's just one of the issues that we intend to talk about here this afternoon. We've got an eminent set of guests. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, because there's plenty to talk about, let's get started. Mr. Agarwal, the very first question to you, as I said, the number one question that everyone's asking today is, the expectation was that by the end of November, by fall, we would have an inking, a signing of the India-US BTA. Where are things currently on that front, Mr. Agarwal?
Hello. Yeah, thank you, Shireen. I think there was a commitment to see that the first tranche of India-US BTA is completed by fall of this 2025. However, things have changed and moved a lot from 13th February onwards. When we got into a BTA negotiations, we were on the path to deliver a good aspirational first tranche by the fall of 2025. But in between, we have found a lot of changes in the global trade landscape. One of the key has been in the US landscape, where we came out with reciprocal tariffs which were imposed on all the trading partners in order to see that the trade deficit with the trading partners can be evened out, and also maybe overall create a revenue stream for the government of United States. So with that new change in the overall landscape, the BTA has also gone through some articulation, some changes, wherein right now we are engaged with not only negotiating a bilateral trade agreement, which definitely with a country like United States will take a lot of time, because trade agreements are very wide-ranging agreements these days with a lot of issues, not only market access issues, which are negotiated under the umbrella, but at the same time, we are also engaged in a protracted negotiations on a framework trade deal, which will try to address the reciprocal tariff challenge that the Indian exporters today face. So these are two separate parallel negotiations going on, but one will feed into the other. What needs to come first is the framework trade deal, which is able to address the reciprocal tariffs. We have engaged on it for last few months very deeply with the US teams, and I think all I can say that we are close. We have tried to iron out most of the issues. Now it is only a matter of time when this decision has to be taken, that when the two countries have to find the right landing zone to announce the deal. So that is where we stand as of now. Thank you.
Some clarity, sir, on where things currently stand as far as the negotiations with the US are concerned. And it's important that you've highlighted for us that there are two parallel negotiations underway. One, of course, is for the bilateral trade agreement, and the other is to deal with the reciprocal tariffs, the framework that you spoke of. Is the hope that the framework to address the reciprocal tariffs will perhaps be done in this calendar year, sir? Is that the expectation? Is that the hope that you're working with? And have the outstanding issues, especially when it comes to market access, when it comes to the US's concerns on India buying from Russia and so on and so forth, does the US now feel that India has addressed some of those concerns that they raised?
I think our expectations, we are very optimistic and very hopeful that we should find a solution within this calendar year. But as you know, with any trade negotiations, the final deadlines cannot be, because even if there is one sticking point or one sticking issue which is in the mind of even one of the partners, the trade deal may not meet that deadline. Having said that, I think the overall position is well set to deliver it in next few weeks or months as soon as we can. But let's see, it's a call that will have to be taken at multiple levels. At the levels of negotiator, I think we are in a zone where we can say it is something that we can achieve in a very short while of time. There's not much to negotiate. There are very few issues, and that can be taken, the political call needs to be taken on some of them. And having said that, also as a country, we have always stood for our own sensitivities and our own uniqueness. So there are areas which are non-negotiables from our perspective. And that I think people, the countries which have negotiated deals with us are very clear that what are the things that India is not open to negotiate or not able to commit or bring to the table because of our unique nature of our economy, the way we are poised and the sensitivities that we do have in our economy. So those remain negotiable, whether it is any agreement, including the one with United States. Thank you.
Commerce Secretary, I know that we cannot speculate beyond a point on the timing itself, but I just want to understand on the framework per se. As and when there is an understanding on both sides to go through with it, would that automatically mean that there would be a reversal of the 50% tariffs that have been imposed on India?
The assumption is that a trade deal will be beneficial for Indian exports only when there will be addressal of both 25% tariffs, not only the one which is a trade tariff which has been imposed on trade in lieu of the lack of trade deal, but also the other 25% tariff which have been imposed for some other geopolitical reasons. Until unless both are addressed together, it will not mean a meaningful deal for India. So we understand whenever the deal is finalized and signed and agreed to by the both sides, I think both these 25% will stand.
Are talks still on, sir, or have
they
talks
are,
concluded?
The talks are still on, and it is because these are two negotiations also. There's a larger one also which is going on. So talks are on. Our teams are engaging virtually on a regular basis. There are virtual sessions every week on some issue or other. So there is an engagement.
Are you going to be visiting the US anytime soon, or are they going to be visiting us anytime soon?
Let's wait for some time. You may see the visits can happen either way. Whether we visit them or they visit us. They were in pretty lockdown for some time, 45 days or so. Now they are out of lockdown. So we expect some visits from their side also in the near future.
So on the BTA, sir, and I don't want to make this just about the US, but one final question on this before I get the other secretaries back, and then I'll come back to you. But on the BTA, are negotiations done and negotiations still underway, even as far as the BTA is concerned? And what's the broad timeline for the BTA? Because this is separate from the BTA.
I think BTA will take some time. It's quite an expansive. BTA is like a free trade agreement, and it will take a lot of time. And especially with the change dynamics, where you have got reciprocal tariffs in the play, which are beyond the MFN tariffs that each country do have. I think we'll need to find pathway for complete elimination of reciprocal tariff in our process of doing BTA. So I think that will take a bit of time, and we'll not hurry up those. We are working on various aspects of BTA, but let the first one come first, and then we'll see what are the timelines that we put for the BTA. Thank you.
Okay, that's a very, very clear comment coming in from the Commerce Secretary. BTA is likely to take longer. What the government is hoping for is to get the framework in place, a package, so to speak, to address the issue of reciprocal tariffs. And the hope is that you'll get that done in a second. But Agriculture Secretary, let me come to you, sir. And of course, part of that non-negotiable list that he's dealing with also involves the agriculture sector. But let's talk about what the year has shaped up to be for the sector. We've had rains, we've had floods, and that has impacted both yield as well as crop productivity. The year gone by, but more importantly, the year ahead. What's your sense on agri-growth?
So, as you must have read in the newspapers that the 24-25 final estimates were released, and the special feature of those release was that there is a bumper harvest of food grains, bumper harvest of oil seeds, and bumper harvest of horticulture in 24-25, which was obviously supported by a good monsoon, but also because of the fact that a lot of research has gone to the land in terms of better seeds, better infrastructure, availability of inputs. In 25-26, of course, overall the monsoon was very good. It was above normal. There were very few areas of deficit, but there were some areas of excess rainfall and also floods. And we know that there were many states where the floods were quite devastating to some areas. So that has sort of reduced the quality of produced and also productivity in those particular areas. But overall, the coverage has been okay. And what we expect is because of the fact that now the reservoirs are full, there's a good moisture in the soil because of heavy rains. The Rabi is progressing very satisfactorily, and whatever little bit dip which would have caused because of floods and other sorts of disasters in Kharif or the monsoon season will be more than offset in Rabi, and we will have good crop overall in the country. And that is also being reflected in the way inflation is moving, especially the food inflation, which is now more or less stable, very stable, and at times it becomes negative also.
Yes, we have seen that happen. So you don't anticipate any spike as far as food inflation is concerned?
Not at least in the next 6 months we can predict that.
Not over the next 6 months, and that's good to hear. We've got the budget coming up, sir, and I think everybody's sending in their wish list to the Finance Ministry and to the Finance Minister. What is yours?
See, I can only say that one of the biggest wish list of the Agriculture Ministry and the stakeholders of agriculture was the GST, which was not, of course, part of the budget, but it was a part of the reform process. And the way the GST reforms which were announced and implemented last 2 months ago, they have really changed the way agriculture is now, inputs are being now procured by farmers. The reduction has been, the good thing was that this reduction in GST in micro irrigation, mechanization has been passed on to the consumer. And therefore, we are seeing a boost in the demand for mechanization and for other products, and which will help the agriculture sector in the long run.
So growth estimates for the agriculture?
Yes, we can say the growth of these sectors will be high because of increased consumption led by of course, the general prosperity, the surplus incomes which will be available, and also the reduction in prices of these commodities or these implements and equipments.
I'll come back to you for more specifics in just a second, but let me get the Defense Secretary into the conversation. Sir, thanks very much for joining us. While we're dealing with the US, we're also having to deal with Russia, and that's part, I would imagine, of the dialogue and discussion that you're going to have next week. President Putin is going to be here. The expectation is, will India further deepen its bilateral arrangement in the defense sector with Russia? Let me start by addressing that issue with you. Should we expect any announcements, any deals between India and Russia on the defense side?
Even if they were, I'm not going to announce them here. So nice try. But as you know, Shireen, we have a lot of legacy equipment from the Russians, and maintenance and support, and even there are also some orders like the S-400s where they've been delivered partly. So obviously all of that will be on the table. In terms of new announcements, I will not be able to sort of mention those, but our defense cooperation with Russia is of long standing. They've been our friends through both fair and foul weather, and we are not going to sort of stop our defense cooperation with them anytime soon. But I do want to stress that India follows a policy of strategic autonomy. Items that we need from the Russians, we will of course buy, and to the extent possible, not only buy, but also make in India. From the Americans also, there are certain specific types of equipment that we need. And over the last 10 years or so, we've done almost $30 billion worth of purchases from the US as well. So we are diversifying our equipment suppliers. But more than anything else, we are trying to ensure that we increasingly do our spend the bulk of our money within the country. Last year, out of 2 lakh crores of contract signings that we did, 1.33 lakh crores, almost 88% was with domestic suppliers, both PSUs and private. That trend will continue. It will never go below 75%. Big global buys will be there, but they will be exceptions rather than the norm.
Well, several things there that I want to pick up on and get specifics from you. Let me start with the indigenization program, because as you pointed out, it will continue to be something that you prioritize and will be part of the government's efforts going forward as well. When can we expect the next list as far as indigenization is concerned, sir?
So the positive indigenization list that we currently have on has about 509 odd items, out of which about 50% of those are already have been indigenized. The next one will be out shortly from the Department of Military Affairs. In general, the intent is to, depending on the TRL level, you try to do entirely within India, the production and the design. In certain cases, you will rely on technology transfers and then make in India. And there will be some rare cases where you will do either imports or you do a small chunk of purchase from outside, as we did for the C295s, and at least assemble or produce the rest of them in India. These are the three broad categories on which we'll work. But as I said, 3/4, 75% of that will be almost entirely make in India.
So since we're talking about make in India, and I want to understand from you whether we should expect joint manufacturing, especially in the context of the India-US defense partnership, in terms of that partnership deepening. Is that an expectation that we should have, that there could be joint manufacturing? That's an expectation on some, for instance, for the S-400, even when we talk about Russia. Are these realistic expectations to have?
So far, the bulk of our production in the past has been what we call licensed production, which is largely from Russian OEMs. Most recently, we've got one production ongoing where the final assembly line of the C295 military transport aircraft is being done within the country, Airbus and Tata's together. With the Americans, largely we've relied on imports. In certain cases, for example, for the light combat aircraft, we've taken the engines from the General Electric. With the Americans, I would imagine the chances are of initially getting them in through MROs and then thereafter perhaps moving into production. In other areas, we will probably do with other suppliers like the French and the Russians. I see more chances of doing co-production, joint ventures, etc. But in general, as I said, foreign OEMs will have to get used to the fact that most of our money will be spent within the country, and if they want to get a share of that pie, they will have to do joint ventures here and co-produce here.
And co-produce here, but unlikely to be the case when we talk about the US specifically. I'll come to you, sir, in just a second, but I want to come back to the Commerce Secretary just to pick up on what we heard there from the Defense Secretary. Sir, defense and the kind of arrangement, agreement, deals that are likely to happen between India and the US, how much are all of these aspects weighing on this framework that you're currently negotiating? How much of what is happening in the oil ministry by way of that CNG contract, which is a historic first between India and the US, weighing on this framework to address the reciprocal tariff?
I think...
Go ahead, sir.
Hello. Yeah, I think India-US relationship, if you look at over last 2 decades, it has only gone strength by strength. So our relationship is across in all economic sectors, whether it's defense, energy, trade. We are there, people to people connect, the diaspora. I think the overall strength that this relationship has got over last 2 decades is all going to weigh in this relationship. And that's why you will find that in spite of the fact that India and US has not been able to strike a deal, which was expected early on till now,
Which is
still,
expected to be the first deal.
yeah, but still, you will see the trade between the two countries have not gone down. Still, if you look at our trade, our exports to US, we are still, this calendar year, $10 billion up than last year. So we're still doing better. I think there's a lot of positivity between our businesses on both sides. Still there, you're seeing a lot of positive movements on all other aspects of economic engagement because there is a lot of synergy. There's a lot of positive energy in this relationship. The deal has not happened, that's a fact. But outside that, I think a lot of things are happening which will all weigh down on this relation because any relationship or any aspect or any work need not be seen in an isolation, but they whole form a part of the entire relationship that India and US form. So whatever we are doing together, I think this will all be part of the entire relationship that we see 20 years down the line. That is how we look at it. Deal may not have those aspects as such. They will not be negotiated as a part of the framework deal. But these all things, I think, goes on to say that this is one deal that world needs, India, US need to have together.
Yes, so directionally and intentionally, you're making India's position clear in terms of where we could perhaps move forward. Let's understand what's happening as the food processing side, sir. One of the successful PLI schemes under your ministry. What's the expectation now, given the experience that you've had with the PLI scheme? Should we expect another incentive scheme? Is that necessary or warranted today?
Thank you very much. So far as PLI, you have asked, food processing sector has done fairly well in the PLI on any account, whether we see the investment or the growth or the export or the employment. So on all the fronts, we have done very well and we will be very happy. In fact, we are working on it, whether we can have, the next round of PLI for the food processing at least, or for the sectors where we have done well in the PLI.
So that's a demand that you would like to put forward, that you believe that there is a need, a requirement for a second PLI scheme?
I feel that there is a demand because if we see the first round of PLI, we could not cover the, different sectors. So there are few sectors which are left out. There are few, companies or few verticals which were left out. So we feel that there is a need and we will articulate our demand and put it across.
Okay, expectation of a second PLI scheme. Of course, the Ministry of Finance will have to sign off on that. But let me now start to collate what I am hearing from each one of you and try and glue together this conversation. And let me start by asking each one of you as far as the export outlook is concerned. And Commerce Secretary, I'll start by asking you. You spoke about the number as far as the US is concerned. But what's the outlook now from an export point of view? Do you believe that the measures and steps that have already been taken to mitigate some of the impact of the reciprocal tariffs on exporters will help offset some of the pain? And what next and what more should we expect as far as export promotion is concerned?
Thank you. I think from our perspective, I think though we have a slight stress in this trade ecosystem because of multiple other developments globally, I think this is also a huge opportunity for our industry. Indian industry has responded to it very bravely and very strongly. If you look at the numbers for the first 7 months, what has happened in our export arena, on merchandise trade, we are still much ahead. We are ahead of last year. And overall, our exports in first 7 months have been $491 billion as compared to 469 last year. So we have been doing well. Industry has shown resilience. Two, if you look at where this trade is all coming from, you will see there has been a slowdown in US market, especially in sectors where tariffs have come, especially in month of September and October. But you will find those same sectors have found some growth in some new quarters, new areas. We are exporting more marine products to EU now as compared to past. We are doing 60% higher this year. And overall marine exports, which had 30% dependence on US market, today is still 15% higher than last year. So that is the strength that Indian industry is showing out. So we are very confident that in spite of all these challenges that we face in the global trade ecosystem, Indian industry will perform well. We'll be able to seek new opportunities, find new ground, and may be able to diversify our trade, make our export supply chains more resilient so that we are in good stead in future. Thank you.
Speaking of finding new grounds, sir, and the US is not the only trade agreement that we're currently working on. There's a whole host of other agreements, including, of course, the big one with the EU. Is the expectation now that the negotiations with the EU are picking up further pace? What is the expectation in terms of timelines? I know the India-EU summit is going to happen in January next year, but on the back of the negotiations that have already taken place, how confident do you feel about the India-EU FTA getting done?
Thank you. I think India-EU FTA is one of the most difficult and big FTA that we are into negotiations. But over last 3 years, a lot of work has been done. And I can say we are in the last phase of negotiations, which normally are the most arduous and most difficult. So this last phase, to my mind, has started 2-3 months back. But the engagement at all levels, including my negotiating teams at my personal level and also my minister's level, is on a regular basis for this FTA. And there's energy on both sides trying to work out a deal as soon as possible. We are in good zone. We are trying to do it in next few months, but we'll not put a hard deadline to it, because we know at the end of it, it is the quality of the deal that will matter and not the timing of the deal. So we'll go for the quality, still work on the timing, and let's see where we
So
land
what's
up.
the broad timing that you leave us with, sir? First half of next year?
Definitely, I think not even first half. We'll try to go for what you
The first
indicated,
quarter?
hinted at, but if not possible, we'll try to finish it
So
first quarter.
January. So you're saying that along with the India-EU summit, you may
We'll
want to close it.
So that will always be, see, whenever you have got a good opportunity to close the deal, announce the deal, you'll try to do that. But that's not something will define the deal, because the deal has to be done on its own merits. So both sides are engaged, and that's why the time effort that is being given by negotiators on both sides is tremendous, and a lot of engagements are going on. As I speak here today, just now, after 1.5 hours, our discussions start again at my level. I'll be back in my office doing this. So that's the time of work we are doing, but we'll not put a deadline. And we are very hopeful we should get a deal sooner than later. We are closest in these negotiations as we could have been, as compared to what we were 10 years, 15 years back.
Yes, absolutely. It's taken more than a decade in the making, and you're giving us hope and confidence that we are in the last lap, so to speak, as far as negotiations are concerned. And the hope is that you will be able to do it early next year. Defense Secretary, let me understand from you the export outlook as well. We've had a low base. You've done very well on that low base. What the expectation is from here, for instance, for the BrahMos, I know that negotiations are on with countries like Indonesia. What should we expect on that front?
So as you noted, from a low base, we've grown almost 30x over the last 11 years to 23,000 odd crores in the last financial year. A lot of that contribution actually is from the private sector, because although our overall domestic production in India is dominated by the public sector, about 75% break up and 25% with the private sector. When it comes to exports, it is the reverse. 60% of our exports are done by the private sector, which is wonderful. Our target is to reach 50,000 crores by 29-30. I think we'll do it easily. My view is that we'll exceed that target quite easily. We'll probably achieve it in 2 to 3 years, the way things are going. And coming to you, the specific question about BrahMos, after its validation during Operation Sindoor, there are lots of inquiries, and 2 in particular, Vietnam and Indonesia, are fairly advanced, and we expect them to conclude fairly soon. Again, no timelines, but they are on the anvil, and we expect similar momentum in many other, with many other platforms as well.
Well, that does deserve a round of applause there. Not just being able to meet the target, but meet the target and advance the timeline. That's quite something there for a sector that has been mired in delays. And addressing that issue, Defense Secretary, because this has been a big concern, procurement delays, execution delays, delivery delays, etc. What do you do now to prioritize timely execution of the milestones that you've put in place?
So the first part about procurement delays, my job is to ensure that contracts are signed on time and the industry across the board, right down from the OEM to the tier 2, tier 3 vendors have visibility in terms of contracts. Last year, as I mentioned earlier, we've done 2 lakh crores of contracts. This year, we've done 3 quarters and I've already reached about 1.5 lakh crores of contract signings. So, I mean, what we can do is give you visibility in terms of orders. Industry, of course, has to deliver in terms of milestones. There have been delays both by domestic and foreign vendors in certain cases because of specific supply chain issues linked to geopolitical conflicts in places like Israel and Russia. Nonetheless, we intend to sort of keep the faith with our our domestic industry in particular, and over time we'll have to accept greater accountability, which is why in the current round of emergency procurements, for example, which we've announced after Operation Sindoor, we have basically a deadline of 1 year for delivery. So those who don't deliver on time, we will simply foreclose all of those contracts. So, I mean, as we do more contract signings, there will be a greater demand for accountability from my side in terms of speedier procurement decision making, from the industry side in terms of ensuring that the milestones are met as promised.
So foreclosure if they don't meet the deadline of 1 year. That's clear. Okay. Let me get the Food Processing Secretary into the conversation, sir. Since we're talking about the outlook for the year ahead, foreign direct investment, and I know that Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Singh and everybody here on this panel is going to be focused on that as well. But FDI, a crucial aspect for your sector. What's the level of interest? What's the level of engagement at this point in time with foreign players who are looking at the Indian market?
For food processing, like we have 100% FDI permitted through direct route. And we have been receiving a lot of, interests and queries from the investors abroad that they are willing to invest in India, particularly looking at the, the changed environment in the food processing sector, number one. Number two, about the, labor cost differential. That is the biggest differential and the advantage which India has. If we see even our, processed food export in last 10 years or so, like we were contributing around 10% of the total agri exports. Now it has gone to almost 22%. And in next 4 years, we are very sure that we will cross the 30% cap for the processed food in the total agri basket.
Okay, that's good to hear, sir. What about your perspective? Exports, FDI, the outlook. Go ahead, sir. They switch it on themselves.
Okay, fine. So as mentioned by Joshi ji, that when we have to produce appropriately, then only food processing industry will be able to expand. So there's a good partnership going on. And in fact, the whole the research ecosystem of the country is also looking into the fact that while we are there for having food grains for our self-sufficiency, for ensuring that everybody gets the required food grains and all seeds and etc. But the process varieties of various, especially the horticulture produce, are also, that technology is also given to the farmers, because it is that process varieties which ultimately goes to the food processing industry and which ultimately helps in better realization of farmers, prices to the farmers, and also reducing the losses. And that leads to further exports. So the vision of 2047, which was for Viksit Bharat, which Honorable Prime Minister is leading. So the two pillars in agriculture sector in that vision is, first of all, we should become food basket of the world, and our exports should be 10% of the world agriculture exports. And second is to have Atmanirbharta, or self-sufficiency in the key food items, which is the oilseed pulses and the food grains. And a third, of course, is to increase the non-farm income of the agriculture households, which is, of course, through the food processing industry and other allied activities in rural area. So that is the broad vision in which agriculture is also working. And our whole ecosystem is to ensure that good inputs are there. We also have to ensure, as it is very important for our exports as well as for the consumers, that the MRR levels which are defined with the global standards which we have also adopted, those MRR levels have to be taken care of by not just by the industry but also by the producer of that food items. And therefore, there is some sort of backward integration with the industry to ensure that there is a responsible use of pesticides, chemical fertilizers, and so that our products don't fall into any sort of disadvantage when it comes to quality. So that is the aspect which we are working with the state governments, and the ICR system of Krishi Vigyan Kendra is also working with the farmers to ensure that more responsible use of chemical and pesticides and fertilizer takes place. So that is another priority area which we are taking care
Well,
of.
that is certainly, as consumers, that's certainly good to hear. But Commerce Secretary, on the issue of FDI, it is a complex and a fairly volatile landscape that we're dealing with. But what can you do to try and draw in more foreign direct investment at this point in time? Are there any specific tangible next steps that the government is looking at taking? I know that there are high-level committees that are looking at the ease of doing business, one headed by Rajiv Gauba. Recommendations have been made to try and do away with licenses and so on and so forth. What is the input from your ministry on that front to try and draw in more FDI, sir?
Two things I think I'll just like to focus upon. FDI is also key to trade and investment cannot. They are both, I think, two sides of the same coin. So you need to have investment to actually do good trade also. But one of the key aspects in a global trade, which is now being captured by GVCs, and the global value chains are the ones which are doing 70% of trade are through GVCs. I think it is necessary that we integrate well with the markets which are consuming market, big markets. Our economy gets well integrated. I think the bouquet of FTAs that we are negotiating are in that direction. If you look at the FTA that we did with Australia, UAE, EFTA, UK, and now we are trying to do with EU, trying to do with New Zealand, Chile, Peru. All these are in the context where we are trying to see that the tariffs on both sides give enough predictability to investors globally to invest in Indian market. Because when an investor looks at Indian market and in Indian demography itself is a good, attractive incentive for them to invest in India. But that coupled with a supply chain ecosystem where you can export, import freely with multiple other markets in the world, a clear predictability is a good enough incentive for investors to look into. So that is something that we feel with increasing network of FTA, this will something that will drive FDI in India. Two, we think as part of our FTA negotiations also, we are trying to nudge developed economies with which we are doing FTA to see if they can bring out certain commitments around FDI. FDI is going to be a natural outcome as a part of those FTAs, but we are trying to lock that in as part of FTA also, so that there is commitment on their side also, and there is a clear driver that we create as a part of FTA, which can work on both sides to create this investment pipeline.
Which FTAs are you baking this mandatory FDI requirement into?
So if you look at EFTA, the FTA which we did, one of the key commitments there is the 100 billion FDI over a period of time. And that is something which is serious commitment that we are looking at. In other FTAs also we are negotiating, and which will be coming to fore in next calendar year. You will find many of them will have this provision wherein FDI is something which will be committed by our partner country.
Where do you feel most confident, sir, of FDI coming in? The hope is that it will come into the manufacturing sector. What we have seen, though, is that it's coming into the digital infrastructure sector, data centers and so on and so forth. Google's $15 billion into Andhra Pradesh. Where do you feel most confident of FDI coming in at this point in time?
Fair comment in the sense that FDI in India has largely come in services sector. It has come, but services also remain one of our strength. Our demography is our key strength, and services sector FDI is also good for the country. Two, if you look at even merchandise trade, there is increasing servification of merchandise trade. Today it is said 30% of your goods trade also is technically services. So if that is happening, I think FDI in services also in India trying to provide services to merchandise being traded globally is also a good idea, because in every trade that you say maybe between Europe and US, there's some amount of India which is also being traded. So that's not a bad deal to my mind. So services will remain so. In addition, India being a very aspirational and growing market, rising middle class, and we are one of the fastest growing major economy. I think it will create enough demand for consumption also. We are a consumption-based society. So you will see a lot of FDI in manufacturing also, because this demand also needs to be made and met by producing indigenously. All this demand cannot be met only through imports. So that is also because predictability of meeting this demand can only come through producing in India. And that also, I think, the global investors are aware of, and they will be looking at India as an investment market. Thank
As a specific next step, sir, because one of the aspects being talked about perhaps to draw in more FDI is a review of Press Note 3, which deals with investments coming in from our neighboring countries. The big one, of course, is China. We understand that perhaps a review is underway. Do you believe that a review at this point in time would aid for more foreign direct investment?
I think that is something my colleague, Mr. Bhatia, Amardeep Bhatia, is not here. He would have been able to throw clear more light on. But my sense is many of these policy regimes are for various other regions, because we can't see the policy making, public policy making is not that simple that you see it completely 2+2. So with that perspective, I think if they are looking at reviewing it, that is for something that they need to decide upon. But having said that, I think with or without review, the India as a market has arrived, it's growing, and there is a demand which is coming up. If somebody will come to fill it up.
Somebody will come to fill it up. You know, a lot of people here would also like to hear your thoughts and your views as far as the rupee is concerned, the currency is concerned. We've seen a fair degree of volatility. You know, we touched a record low as far as the rupee is concerned. We have seen some stability over the last few days. What's the view on the rupee? You know, and what's the view, more importantly, also on the trade deficit? Do you have any concerns there, sir?
See, on the rupee part, I'll leave it to my colleagues in economic affairs to comment on it. From an export perspective, if you look at when the rupee devalues, the exporter in the room does not feel bad. So that's not a problem. But on the trade deficit bit, definitely trade deficit was high in the month of October. But if you look deep down, one of the key drivers for trade deficit in October was our precious metal import. There was a pent-up demand for import of gold and silver. If you look at first 6 months data, our imports were 75% lower than as compared to last year. This year, that pent-up demand, I think, has all been met in October, and that has led to increase in deficit. Two, though we have had low energy prices or comparatively lower energy prices impacting the trade deficit on the positive side, there's been very high precious metal prices, which are also impacting the trade deficit on the higher side. So trade deficit seen with the mix of imports that we are doing, I don't think we are in worrying zone. But definitely trade deficit as a overall number does have its impact on the economy.
It does. Let me start to get summations from all of you. And Defense Secretary, I'll start by asking you. We've got, of course, the budget around the corner. And the expectation is that there will be a significant demand being made by your department to the Finance Ministry, sir, given the current context that we're dealing with. Your thoughts on the budgetary allocation that is necessary, especially in the context of our need and our ambition to be self-reliant?
So we've been comfortably getting a 10% increase in our modernization or capex budget every year. Next year, we'll probably, given the geopolitical turmoil that you see around the world, most countries around the world, Europe, even the ASEAN countries that never had any major geopolitical issues at their borders, they're all rearming. And of course, we are in a particularly tough neighborhood in many ways. So yes, we will be asking for a bit more than the normal 10% increase that we get, probably something closer to the 20% mark. My personal view is that we'll have to keep it to that level, 20% year on year for the next few years. That will be sufficient to meet all of our capability plans that we have that are currently ongoing. Overall, as a share of the GDP, our defense expenditure has been shrinking. It is now below 2%. So my view is that we can comfortably sustain higher CAGR, and we need to, given the geopolitical situation. And I don't see any difficulties in getting that kind of an allocation from the Ministry of Finance.
But do you believe expenditure will need to be enhanced, sir, given the requirements at this point in time?
That's what I said, that we will probably, we've been spending whatever was allocated. We exhausted our budget last year. We'll ask for a bit more for the next year. It would be something like 20% increase. We are comfortable that given the growing diversified industrial base that this country has in the defense space, we will be able to, we have the absorptive capacity to, to utilize those additional resources that we are seeking.
Thank you very much. The Commerce Secretary has to leave. Given the timing at this point in time, I would imagine that you're jumping onto a call with the EU and not with the US. It'll be a bit early in the day as far as the US is concerned. So let me end by asking you to give us a broad overview of what we should look forward to in 26. Of course, you gave us some indication of the trade deals, but outside of the trade deals, the priorities that you're going to be focused on, and also if you could leave us with the risks and the challenges that you believe we need to be prepared for?
Yeah, I think one, on trade front, we are doing well, and I think our resilience in industry, we are very positive that 26 will also be a good year to go. The trade deals that we are negotiating, successful conclusion will only add to opportunities for our industry also. So that will also be a plus if we are able to close more and more deals and move in that direction. Three, I think, because there are multiple geopolitical events happening in the trade space, multiple not rule-based trading order is being questioned. WTO is under cloud. There will be a lot of churning that will happen globally. It can go either way. WTO ministerial is in March 2026. Either the globe can come together to resurrect and put back its confidence in WTO, or maybe WTO finds further weakened at the end of it. So we'll need to watch it closely, and we'll need to be nimble in our response to each of these evolving scenarios. What we are seeing happening in terms of protectionism in multiple other countries, like in steel, you find a lot of duties coming in US, you are finding a lot of duties coming in Europe now. You are finding these similar duties coming across, similar measures in this sector coming across. Around 80 such measures have happened globally in last 1 year to protect the domestic market. We need to meet these challenges, because today the world is facing a huge overcapacity challenge in multiple sectors. An overcapacity challenge with incremental lower cost is impacting a lot of industry, a lot of domestic industry, not only in India, across the world. We will increasingly need to get ourselves prepared to meet these challenges. Dumping is something we have to be very cognizant of, and we have to be very alert with, to see that we are able to respond to it quickly, nimbly, so that we are able to give our industry a fair environment to grow, prosper, and also trade heavily. So I think these are broad comments that what I see 26 to be. But as Commerce Secretary, I think we are on a positive path, and with India as one of the fastest growing economy, trade will play its part to keep it in that trajectory.
Have you lost count of how many trips you've done to the US this year?
Not exactly. My team will be having, because you don't get a next trip before you give account of the earlier.
The Commerce Secretary, Rajesh Agarwal. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here. Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, let me address that with you, Mr. Chaturvedi, in terms of priorities for 26, the road ahead, also the risks and challenges that we need to be prepared for.
So as you asked earlier also, but that reply was not given for the budget. Obviously, we are ending the 15th Finance Commission cycle and 16th FC is starting. So broadly, we have three flagship schemes of Government of India. One is PM Kisan, which is an income support scheme. The second is Fasal Bima, the crop insurance scheme. And third is the KCC, or the crop loan interest subvention. We would expect that these three schemes will be fully provided, and also the increased demand due to fragmentation of the holdings will be taken care of, and we expect that will happen. The issue of self-sufficiency is being reflected in the missions of oil seeds, oil palm, and pulses. So there, of course, we have a plan of 7 years up to the end of 2030-31. So there, of course, we will be expecting a budget which as per the commitments. And the major issue would be the as far as reform is concerned, is the Seed Act and the Pesticide Act. As you know that our Seed and Pesticide Act are of the late 60s, and we have not made any amendments after that, and the agriculture ecosystem has changed a lot. And many of those provisions in that are redundant, many of them need a relook. There needs to be some process reforms. So both Seed Act is already in, Seed Bill is already in the public domain for comments. The pesticide management will also be very shortly in public domain for comments. And after taking the inputs of states, the farmers, the stakeholders, other stakeholders, the ministries, we would expect that by by budget session we can put those two bills for discussion in the session. That will be very important. And last but not the least is that UN has declared 2026 as International Year for Women Farmers.
Yes.
So that is something which we would like to frame some schemes, some special schemes to ensure that the drudgery of women while they work in the farm fields is reduced, and they own the asset and also they run the asset.
Absolutely.
So that is how it will be done.
And that does deserve a round of applause. We certainly hope that we see more progress and forward movement on that front. Mr. Singh, challenges, priorities and risks that you're bracing yourself for?
The challenge is to ensure that we absorb the funds that we have to navigate through our fairly Byzantine processes, the large contracts, the bigger platforms that we need to secure to meet our capability gaps, particularly on the side of the Air Force. All of them are on the anvil, but our processes do take time. The intent is to also reform and streamline some of the procedures themselves, particularly in areas like trials and negotiations of RFP, preparation of RFPs, particularly the field evaluation trials. Some of those things can be done better through use of technology. And end of the day, create this. What I used to do in DPIIT was to cater for the industry as a whole. One of the most important strategic industries you can have in your country is the defense industry. That involves areas like aerospace and shipbuilding, which are extremely strategic in nature. And those are the areas where I want to sort of, through a combination of demand side measures in terms of order visibility and supply side measures in terms of improvements in the licensing regime, in terms of ease of doing business, make it possible for both the public and private sector to thrive in building a resilient sort of industrial base for the defense industry in this country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. And Mr. Joshi, let me end with you, sir, in terms of priorities, risks and challenges.
In the food processing ministry, in fact, I am happy to inform that this will be the best year spent-wise. Like we will be spending the highest ever in the ministry and close to 90-95% of our total budget. Like going forward, like this 15th Finance Commission cycle is coming to end, but most probably we will continue with our umbrella scheme PMKSY, where we have done fairly well in few components. In few components we have not done well, so we are reworking on those schemes and numbers. Second is this PMFME scheme, which is very inclusive in a way that it supports a lot of medium and small enterprises, self-help groups. So there also we have done fairly well in this particular year. And going forward, we are looking at more participation and like food processing being a very inclusive sector, like labor intensive, reduces farm losses, gives boost to the value addition and export. So I am sure that finance ministry will consider it more positively, and being a very important sector, I look forward that the processing level in the country, which at present is around 11-12%, will definitely go up with all this support and infrastructure and processing capacity and preservation and infrastructure will go up to in next I think 7-8 years we are targeting 20-22%.
Well,
so yeah.
That's a stiff target that you've set out, and we hope that you do meet it. But we have a good problem, ladies and gentlemen. You heard the Defense Secretary also talk about the fact that they've run out of the money that was allocated to them, and you've got the Food Processing Secretary saying the same. And the hope is that we will see higher budgetary allocations for at least some of these key ministries, for some of these key initiatives that we've spoken of. Well, that gave you a very clear idea on the current context as far as the Indian economy is concerned. You got plenty of headlines there from the Commerce Secretary if you were listening closely. And more importantly, I think they've laid out through all the comments from each of our secretaries, laid out very clearly a roadmap for change, a roadmap for execution and for growth, what each ministry is going to be prioritizing as we look forward. It is a volatile world, but we can only do what is in our control and in our influence, and that is what you've heard from these gentlemen here today. Thank you very, very much for joining us here this afternoon. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request you all to please be on stage and remain seated. We've got the President-elect FICCI and the Vice Chairman RPG Group, Mr. Anant Goenka, to please come up and give thanks.
Honorable Secretaries, we could not have asked for a better and more comprehensive panel to understand what is happening in the Indian economy and the plans for the government. Trade, food, defense, agri, we've covered it all. We covered the hot topics of the US BTA, EU FTA, food inflation, farmer income, Russia defense relationships, indigenization, PLI, FDIs, and more. And Shireen, in your usual articulate style, you kept us engaged and picked on the most relevant headlines from each department. Covering such a breadth of subjects without a piece of paper, I think can only be done by Shireen Ban. A big hand. FICCI remains committed to partner with the government in all your plans. We will work in lockstep with the government. Thank you, sirs, for gracing this occasion and your continued support and guidance to FICCI and the Indian industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, on the dais and off the stage. We're going to quickly take a group picture, and then we're moving on to our next session. We'll make the changes on the dais. Please remain seated, ladies and gentlemen, and refrain from moving around. We've got the Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, who's going to be joining us any moment now. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
See you soon.
Yeah, Devesh Chaturvedi. दो कुर्सी पीछे आए हो गया चलो हाँ हाँ
The Sunmark Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt.
पोडियम चेक कर लो पोडियम पोडियम Mic is on, huh? Be careful. Don't say anything. They can't hear me outside. I'll just send everybody. I'll send someone. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan is on his way and he'll be inside the hall very soon. नहीं उनका पानी अलग है यहाँ पे सर हाँ नीचे रख लो आप कुर्सियों के बीच में खाली बोतल रखें आप हाँ खाली बोतल पीछे पीछे एकदम पीछे कर दो बस वहाँ पे ग्लास लगा Please come in and take your seats quickly. Please come in and take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who will not be able to understand Hindi, we've got headsets here with our ushers, if you require one. The Honorable Chief Minister may be speaking in Hindi. So if you need a headset, we've got an usher here with headsets available. Please ensure that you return the headsets after use. Please come in and be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, our special session with our special guest, the Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Shri Bhajan Lal Sharma, who has specially come for this AGM. We're privileged to have you with us, sir. Joining you on stage, the President of FICCI, Mr. Harshvardhan Agarwal, Mr. Anant Goenka, President-elect, and the Director General FICCI, Ms. Jyoti Vij. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of our welcome to the Honorable Chief Minister, the President of FICCI would like to now present a shawl and a special green certificate to the Honorable Chief Minister. FICCI's tradition of giving green certificates is a pledge to plant a grove of trees on their behalf. 51 trees are being planted at Ram Bhumi, Ayodhya, in your honor, sir. This is a small step towards a greener, more responsible future and a token of our appreciation for your presence here. May I now invite the FICCI President to please welcome our honored guest.
Honorable Shri Bhajan Lal Ji Sharma, Chief Minister of Rajasthan, dignitaries on the dais, Anant, Jyoti Ji of the dais, friends from industry, media, a very, very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of FICCI, it is my privilege to welcome Shri Bhajan Lal Ji Sharma today, the Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, to FICCI's annual convention and 90th AGM. Sir, we are honored by your gracious presence. You all will be knowing that Shri Bhajan Lal Ji Sharma is a distinguished public leader known for his pragmatic governance and values anchored in India's cultural ethos. Coming from an agrarian background, he has risen from grassroots leadership to the state's highest office, reflecting his dedication to public service and people-centric policy making. Many of you might not know, he started as a sarpanch and now he has risen to the highest office in the state to become the Chief Minister of the state. He has steered Rajasthan onto a path of holistic and inclusive development and has envisaged transforming Rajasthan into a leading example of sustainable development and technological innovation in India. Under his leadership, the Rajasthan administration has also launched targeted programs to enhance women's literacy and health outcomes, reflecting the commitment towards women empowerment. Honorable Chief Minister, the theme of our annual convention is India's self-reliant economic powerhouse. For India to be an economic powerhouse and self-reliant, contribution of our states is immense. Your vision has been instrumental in placing Rajasthan on a trajectory of rapid economic growth and good governance-led transformation. Friends, over the past few years, Rajasthan has recorded remarkable economic progress. The vision of Honorable Chief Minister to make Rajasthan a $350 billion economy by 2030 is well within reach, with proactive outreach by the state government and focus on ease of doing business. Rajasthan has received proposals for huge investments in sectors like renewable energy, mining, manufacturing, logistics, and tourism in last 1.5 years or so. The state has firmly established itself as the renewable energy capital of India and continues to lead the nation in mining and minerals. Tourism contributes nearly 12% of state GDP, and there has been a sustained effort to enhance Rajasthan's brand as one of India's most preferred destinations for heritage, wildlife, culture, weddings, and MICE tourism. Rajasthan's exports have also shown impressive momentum in recent years. Clearly, the vibrancy, resilience, and scale of Rajasthan's economic landscape is expanding rapidly under your dynamic leadership. In the past year, we have witnessed renewed trust on ease of doing business, single window clearance, MSME facilitation, digital governance, infrastructure modernization, and sector-specific policies that encourage investment and entrepreneurship. So Rajasthan has always been a priority state for FICCI. Many of FICCI's senior members and business leaders have deep roots in Rajasthan, including me. Over the years, Rajasthan has hosted several of our flagship initiatives in partnership with the state government, including the Great Indian Travel Bazaar, Global Rajasthan Agri-Tech Meet, India Stone Mart, Vastra, and various other activities. So here, let me specifically thank you for kindly giving FICCI the opportunity to be partner of Rajasthan State for Global Rajasthan Agri-Tech Meet, GRAM. We have also been a partner to the state government in various Rising Rajasthan related programs and investment promotion activities. We remain fully committed to strengthening this partnership with the state government. Honorable Sir, this session offers an invaluable platform for industry leaders to hear from you as to how you are transforming Rajasthan into an economic powerhouse and how they can engage with your state and contribute to the cause of Viksit Bharat, Viksit Rajasthan and Viksit Bharat. On behalf of FICCI and the entire industry fraternity present here, I once again extend a warm welcome to you and to all distinguished participants attending this session. We look forward to your insights and to deepening our collaboration with the government of Rajasthan. Thank you so much.
Our guest for this session has specially come from Jaipur to be with us. As Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Shri Bhajan Lal Sharma has focused on a stable, responsive, and accountability-driven government with emphasis on law and order, administrative transparency, and efficient public service delivery. May I now invite the Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan to address the gathering.
सभी को नमस्कार। आज के फिक्की के वार्षिक सम्मेलन एवं 98वीं वार्षिक आम बैठक में आज के इस कार्यक्रम में अध्यक्ष फिक्की एवं उपाध्यक्ष एवं प्रबंध निदेशक इमामी लिमिटेड श्री हर्षवर्धन अग्रवाल जी, निर्वाचित अध्यक्ष फिक्की एवं उपाध्यक्ष आरपीजी समूह श्री अनंत गोयनका जी, महानिदेशक फिक्की सुश्री ज्योति बिज जी, माननीय गणमान्य अतिथिगण, उद्योग जगत के सभी दिग्गज, मीडिया के प्रतिनिधिगण, यहाँ उपस्थित साथियों, भाई और बहनों, सबसे पहले तो मैं आप सभी का वंदन करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। आज इस कार्यक्रम में राजस्थान की तरफ से आपका स्वागत करता हूँ। फिक्की की ये 98वीं वार्षिक आम बैठक में आप सभी के बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए सम्मान और गौरव की बात है। ये मंच भारत की आर्थिक शक्ति का प्रतीक है, जहां नीति निर्माता, उद्योगपति, निवेशक, उद्यमी एक साथ मिलकर राष्ट्र की प्रगति का रोड मैप तैयार करने का काम करते हैं। लगभग एक शताब्दी से फिक्की भारत के औद्योगिक विकास की रीढ़ की हड्डी रही है। क्योंकि ये आज़ादी से पहले ही हमारे यहाँ के जो उद्योगपति या जिनके मन में भारत के प्रति कल्पना कि हमारे देश को कैसे आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, उन सभी का इसमें योगदान रहा है। सरकार और उद्योग के बीच सेतु का कार्य करते हुए फिक्की राष्ट्र निर्माण में अमूल्य योगदान देता आ रहा है। फिक्की के नेतृत्व और सभी सदस्यों को उनकी इस अटूट प्रतिबद्धता के लिए मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं। आज हम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत आत्मनिर्भरता में की ओर काफी तेजी से बढ़ रहा है और इस कड़ी में राजस्थान भी इस लक्ष्य के साथ साथ कदम से कदम मिलाते हुए आगे चलने की काफी मेहनत कर रहा है। मित्रों, आज मैं यहां राजस्थान की ओर से एक स्पष्ट संदेश लेकर आपके बीच में आया हूं। राजस्थान व्यापार के लिए तैयार है, निवेश के लिए तैयार है, साझेदारी के लिए भी तैयार है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन विकसित भारत 2047, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व, भारत आज विश्व की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती प्रमुख अर्थव्यवस्था में से एक है। पिछले एक दशक में भारत ने ऐतिहासिक परिवर्तन किए। जीएसटी, आईबीसी, श्रम सुधार, एक राष्ट्र एक बाजार, भारतमाला, सागरमाला, उड़ान कनेक्टिविटी की क्रांति, मेक इन इंडिया, पीएलआई योजनाएं, विनिर्माण का पुनर्जागरण, डिजिटल इंडिया, यूपीआई, विश्व को दिशा देती भारतीय तकनीकी। विकसित भारत 2047 स्वर्णिम भविष्य का रोड मैप आज भारत केवल उभरती शक्ति नहीं, ये एक आत्मविश्वासी, आकांक्षी और भविष्य के लिए तैयार महाशक्ति है। भारत के सबसे बड़े राज्य के रूप में राजस्थान इस राष्ट्रीय यात्रा में निर्णायक भूमिका निभाने के लिए तैयार है। जैसे हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भारत को विश्व की चौथी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाया, वैसे ही हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार राजस्थान में नई ऊंचाइयां छू रही है। हमारा दृष्टिकोण 3 स्तंभों पर आधारित है: सुधार, रिफॉर्म, पारदर्शी, जवाबदेह और कुशल शासन, स्थिरता, दीर्घकालीन स्थिरता और सुरक्षा, अवसर, अपॉर्चुनिटी, युवा और किसान, एमएसएमई, उद्यमी सशक्तिकरण। राजस्थान उठ रहा है गति, पैमाना और उद्देश्य के साथ। प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि शासन को जटिल नहीं, सशक्त बनाना चाहिए। इस मंत्र पर हमारी सरकार चल रही है। जब हमारी सरकार ने दिसंबर 2023 में शासन संभाला, तब से अब तक हमने कई महत्वपूर्ण काम किए हैं। मुझे आपसे साझा करते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि राजस्थान के अंदर जब हमारी सरकार आई थी तो हमने विचार किया था कि राजस्थान में क्या आवश्यकता है। जो हमने रोड मैप बनाया, उस रोड मैप के आधार पर हमने देखा कि राजस्थान में सबसे पहली प्राथमिकता क्या है। हमें लगा, आप भी जानते हैं जो राजस्थान से जुड़े हुए हैं, कि सबसे पहली राजस्थान के अंदर पानी की प्राथमिकता थी। मित्रों, मैं आप माध्यम से मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ईआरसीपी के जो हमारी इतनी बड़ी योजना 17 जिले जिसमें आते हैं, जिसमें लगभग हमारी कृषि का भी क्षेत्र आता है, उद्योग का भी क्षेत्र आता है, पर्यटन के क्षेत्र भी आते हैं। हमने ईआरसीपी को केंद्र सरकार के सहयोग से प्रदेश के 17 जिलों को पानी पहुंचाने की हमारी सरकार ने उस काम को आगे बढ़ाया है। अब तक हमारे शासनकाल में कानून व्यवस्था महत्वपूर्ण सुधार हुए हैं, पहले राजस्थान में देखते थे। दूसरा, हमारा जो राजस्थान के अंदर काम है, जो आवश्यकता है, वो हमारे बिजली की आवश्यकता थी। हम देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार हम बिजली के क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं। और आप देखते हैं कि सोलर के क्षेत्र में हम देश में अग्रणी हैं। राजस्थान सोलर के क्षेत्र में अग्रणी, और हमने किसानों से कहा है, उद्योगपतियों से कहा है, किसानों को हम 2027 से दिन में बिजली देंगे, उद्योगपतियों को हम 24 घंटे बिजली देंगे, उपभोक्ता को हम 24 घंटे बिजली देंगे। लगातार उस क्षेत्र में हमारी सरकार काम कर रही है। आप देखेंगे तीसरा हमारा जो सबसे प्रमुख कार्य था कि हमारे राजस्थान में उद्योग आए। इसके लिए हमने पहली साल ही राइजिंग राजस्थान किया, और मैं आप सभी को धन्यवाद देता हूं, क्योंकि आप सभी का उसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। राजस्थान में 35 लाख करोड़ के MOU हमारे उस राइजिंग राजस्थान में हुए। MOU नहीं हुए, MOU के साथ साथ हमने 1.5 महीने पहले 7 लाख करोड़ रुपए के MOU जमीन पर उतारने का काम किया है। अभी हमारा दिसंबर में लगभग हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि 25% MOU हमारे धरातल पर उतर जाए। और मैं आपको यही विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि राजस्थान में बहुत गुंजाइश है, करने के लिए बहुत कुछ है, और हर क्षेत्र में है। क्योंकि आप देख रहे हैं कि राजस्थान क्षेत्रफल की दृष्टि से सबसे बड़ा प्रदेश है, तो जमीन भी हमारे पास है, सूर्य भगवान की कृपा भी हमारे ऊपर है, और इसीलिए हम सोलर में पहले नंबर आ रहे हैं, और लगातार हमारा सोलर का काम बढ़ता जा रहा है। यही नहीं, अगर आप हमारा मिनरल के क्षेत्र में अगर आप देखेंगे तो राजस्थान के अंदर 85 प्रकार के मिनरल हैं। ऐसा कौन सा मिनरल है जो राजस्थान के अंदर नहीं पाया जाता है? सभी प्रकार के मिनरल राजस्थान के अंदर हैं। उस क्षेत्र में भी हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। अगर मैं पर्यटन की बात करूं तो राजस्थान के अंदर आप देखेंगे डेजर्ट भी है तो झीलें भी हैं। हमारा गौरवशाली विरासत भी है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि विकास और विरासत दोनों साथ साथ चलने चाहिए। हमारे वो बड़े बड़े किले आप सब देखते हैं, चाहे मेहरानगढ़ हो, कुम्भलगढ़ हो, चित्तौड़गढ़ हो, लोहागढ़ हो, आमेरगढ़ हो, जयगढ़ हो, ऐतिहासिक किले हमारे, ऐतिहासिक हमारी हवेलियां। शेखावाटी में अगर देखेंगे हमारी ऐतिहासिक हवेलियां हैं, उनमें से कई उसके ऑनर आप में से बैठे होंगे। मैं पूरे देश के अंदर जाता हूं, मैं इसी बात को कहता हूं कि आप आइए, आप बिल्डिंग बना सकते हैं, बड़े बड़े अपार्टमेंट बना सकते हैं, लेकिन वो हवेली नहीं बन सकती। उसका संरक्षण का कार्य भी हमारी सरकार कर रही है, और उनमें से हमने छांट करके 662 हवेलियों को हमने रोका है, और उनका आगे काम बढ़ाने का भी किया है, जिससे उनको सुधार करके और हमारे हम ग्रामीण टूरिज्म है उसको आगे हम बढ़ा सकते हैं। उसके अलावा अगर आप देखेंगे तो अभ्यारण्य भी है। टाइगर आपको देखना है तो रणथंभौर आना है, आपको सरिस्का आना है, रामगढ़ बिजदारी आना है। लेपर्ड सफारी भी हमारी 3-4 हैं, चाहे वो नाहरगढ़ हो, चाहे हमारी कुम्भलगढ़ हो, चाहे हमारे झालाना डूंगरी हो, वहाँ लेपर्ड सफारी भी है। आप अगर बर्ड देखना चाहते हैं, चिड़िया देखना चाहते हैं, तो केवलादेव नेशनल पार्क बर्ड सेंचुरी हमारी है, ताल छापर हमारी है। मैं आपसे कह सकता हूं कि राजस्थान के अंदर आपको ये फायदा मिलेगा, कहीं दूसरी जगह कोई भी हमारा पर्यटक जाएगा, सैलानी जाएगा, 1 या 2 देख करके आ जाएगा। कि वो कहावत है नहीं, राजस्थान के अंदर एक टिकट में कई फिल्म देख सकते हैं। ये राजस्थान की खूबसूरती है। और अब जब जाएंगे देखेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से आपका मन आपको खींच करके ले जाएगा। अगर मैं राजस्थान की मेहमान नवाजी की बात करूं तो शायद देश नहीं दुनिया में आपको कहीं नहीं मिलेगी। और आप देखते हैं कि राजस्थान के अंदर इन सारी बातें मैं आपसे कहूं तो मेरा धार्मिक टूरिस्ट अपने आप में निराला है। हर 25 किलोमीटर पर आपको कोई ना कोई एक ऐसा स्थान मिलेगा जहां आप अपनी आस्था रखते हैं, चाहे मेरा खाटू श्याम जी का मंदिर हो, सालासर जी हों, मेहंदीपुर बालाजी हों, करणी माता हों, साकम्बरी माता हों, तनौट माता हों, श्रीनाथ जी हों, सामरिया सेठ हों, हमारे द्वारकाधीश हों, चाहे हमारे गिरिराज जी हों, आप जहां देखेंगे अलग राजस्थान के अंदर धार्मिक टूरिस्ट अपने आप में निराला है। इसलिए मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं कि राजस्थान में बहुत पोटेंशियल है, बहुत गुंजाइश है। आप आइए राजस्थान के अंदर, आप जैसा चाहते हैं ऐसा कहीं भी नहीं मिलेगा आपको, ऐसा कहीं नहीं मिलेगा। जहां डेजर्ट डैम झीलें भी हैं। और अब मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो हमारा ERCP, यमुना समझौता, इंदिरा गांधी गंग नहर, नर्मदा, माही डैम, इस पर जो पूरे राजस्थान के हर जिलों को कनेक्टिविटी पानी से जोड़ने का जो काम हुआ है, तो अब हरियाणा राजस्थान भी आपको नजर आने लग गया है। राजस्थान हरियाणा और राजस्थान के नाम से भी जाना जाता है। मैं कह सकता हूं, अगर हम लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की स्थिति देखते तो पहले की तुलना में महिलाओं के विरुद्ध अपराध में 9.24% की कमी आई है। राजस्थान अब कुव्यवस्था के लिए नहीं, सुशासन और निवेश और विकास के लिए जाना जाता है। निवेशक हमें बताते हैं राजस्थान में अब स्थिरता है। यही हमारा सबसे बड़ा सुधार है। आज राजस्थान की अगर हम बात करें GDP की तो 12.2% GDP से आगे बढ़ रहा है, जो राष्ट्रीय औसत 9.7% से कहीं आगे है। प्रति व्यक्ति आय बढ़कर के 1,85,000 रुपये हो गई है, जिसमें 11.04% की वृद्धि हुई है। हमारी सरकार राजस्थान को नया इन्वेस्टमेंट हब बनाने के लिए दिन रात मेहनत कर रही है। इसी क्रम में राइजिंग राजस्थान के माध्यम से जो मैंने आपको बताया 35 लाख करोड़ रुपए के MOU हुए। राजस्थान आज भारत का नवीकरणीय ऊर्जा पावर हाउस बनकर उभर रहा है। आज हमारे प्रदेश में 22,860 मेगावाट सौर ऊर्जा उत्पन्न कर भारत में नंबर 1 में है। वहीं पवन ऊर्जा 5,195 मेगावाट उत्पन्न कर भारत में तीसरे नंबर पर है। हमारा प्रदेश ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन और ग्रीन अमोनियम में राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व करने के लिए अग्रसर है। राजस्थान में जैसा मैंने बताया 85 प्रकार के खनिज भंडार हैं, जिसमें से 44 प्रमुख और लघु खनिज भंडार हमारे पास हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि राजस्थान केवल खनन राज्य नहीं, खनिज आधारित विनिर्माण का केंद्र भी बने। मेरे प्यारे साथियों, हमारा प्रदेश में MSME एवं नए स्टार्टअप का भी उभरता हुआ प्रदेश बन रहा है। अब तक प्रदेश में 5 लाख से अधिक MSME एवं स्टार्टअप का पंजीकरण किया जा चुका है, जो देश भर में चौथा स्थान रखता है। बज स्टार्ट कार्यक्रम के तहत 7,000 से अधिक स्टार्टअप पंजीकृत हुए हैं। 1,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की फंडिंग मिली है और 42,500 से अधिक रोजगार सृजित हुए हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि राजस्थान का हर युवा नवाचार, सृजन और नेतृत्व करने का आत्मविश्वास रखे। मित्रों, हमारी सरकार ने, अगर हम सड़क अवसंरचना के लिए बात करें तो 5 वर्षों में जो हमारी योजना है वो 60,000 करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान हमने रखा है। क्योंकि राजस्थान, जैसा मैंने कहा, क्षेत्रफल की दृष्टि से सबसे बड़ा है, दूरियां हैं, तो हमने दूरियां कम करने का काम भी किया है। हमने 9 ग्रीन फील्ड हम बना रहे हैं, जिससे कि हमारे राजस्थान की दूरियां कम हों। समर्पित उद्योग क्लस्टर और मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक पार्क विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। नवीन एक्सप्रेसवे, उन्नत हवाई अड्डे और शहरी विकास मिशन पर काम जारी है। राजस्थान भारत का सबसे प्रतिष्ठित पर्यटन ब्रांड, जैसा मैंने बताया, हमारी संस्कृति, विरासत, वन्य जीव, त्योहारों, व्यंजनों के समृद्ध विरासत में हमें विश्व भर में पसंदीदा सभी लोग बताते हैं। अब हम पर्यटन के नए क्षेत्रों में विस्तार कर रहे हैं। वेडिंग टूरिज्म राजस्थान पहले से ही देश विदेश के लोग पसंद करते हैं, और एक मुझे बड़ा खुशी होती है क्योंकि मैं जर्मनी गया था। जर्मनी भी गया, वहाँ पर हमारे जो वहाँ के लोग मिलने आए और उन्होंने मेरे से कहा कि हम राजस्थान गए थे। राजस्थान गए, हमें शादी करना चाहते थे, लेकिन हमारी बुकिंग 2 साल तक थी, इसलिए हमको परेशानी हो गई और हम शादी राजस्थान में नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि मैं बात करता हूं, तो मैंने वहीं से बात की। तो जहां वो शादी करना चाहते थे उदयपुर में, मैंने वहां बात की। मैंने कहा कि भाई इनकी शादी कराइए, कब तक हम रोक सकते हैं इनको। तो उन्होंने बताया कि 1 साल में हम इनकी शादी करा देंगे, 1 साल तक हम, आप इनसे कह दीजिए। तो उन्होंने मेरे से कहा कि साहब हमें शादी रोकनी पड़े, लेकिन हम 1 साल तक रोकेंगे, लेकिन शादी हम राजस्थान के अंदर ही करेंगे। लोगों का मन का विश्वास देखिए कि जो शादी को 1 साल के लिए आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। और अभी आप देखा, आपने उदयपुर में गया था, उसी दिन बड़े उद्योगपति जो हमारे अमेरिका के हैं, उनकी शादी वहाँ थी। सभी ऐसे लोग आ रहे हैं, और राजस्थान, उदयपुर ही नहीं, उसके लिए हमारा बांसवाड़ा है, हमारा रणथंभौर है, हमारा पुष्कर है, शेखावाटी का इलाका है, सभी के लोग वेडिंग के लिए वहाँ आ रहे हैं। MIC टूरिज्म यानी मीटिंग, इंसेंटिव, कॉन्फ्रेंस और एजुकेशन के लिए भी हम विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाएं विकसित कर रहे हैं। और मैं आपसे ये भी बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमारे जितनी भी कॉन्फ्रेंस होती हैं, बड़ी मीटिंग होती हैं, हर महीने जैसलमेर, जोधपुर, उदयपुर, पुष्कर, कहीं ना कहीं महीने के अंदर 2-3 इस तरह की मीटिंग वहाँ राजस्थान के अंदर होती है। इसलिए फिल्म टूरिज्म में भी राजस्थान की प्राकृतिक सुंदरता और ऐतिहासिक स्थल बॉलीवुड और हॉलीवुड दोनों आकर्षित करते हैं। आपको राजस्थान में कहीं ना कहीं 2-4-5 स्थानों पर आपको फिल्म बनती हुई नजर आ जाएगी। लोग उसको इतना पसंद कर रहे हैं। एडवेंचर और इको टूरिज्म, रेगिस्तान सफारी से लेकर के वन्यजीव अभ्यारण्य तक अपार संभावना है, और आध्यात्मिक सर्किट के माध्यम से हम धार्मिक पर्यटन को भी बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। नए पर्यटन अवसंरचना, धरोहर संरक्षण, PPP आधारित होटलों के माध्यम से हमारा लक्ष्य राजस्थान को विश्व के शीर्ष पर्यटन गंतव्यों में स्थापित करना है। हमने समयबद्ध अनुमोदन, सिंगल विंडो प्रणाली और डिजिटल अनुमोदन की व्यवस्था लागू की है। भूमि आवंटन नीतियां पारदर्शी बनाई गई हैं। हमें निवेशकों को दीर्घकालीन नीति स्थिरता और हर चरण में सरकार उद्योग साझेदारी का आश्वासन देते हैं। आपने देखा होगा कि हमने पिछले साल 10-11 दिसंबर को राइजिंग राजस्थान किया था। उसमें इतना काम आना हमारी ये सिंगल विंडो का आधार है। कई को तो हमने 3 दिन और 4 दिन में जमीन देने का काम किया है। और मैं आपको भी ये विश्वास दिलाना चाहता हूं कि राजस्थान में सिंगल विंडो के माध्यम से पूरा काम होता है, कहीं किसी को कोई परेशानी नहीं आएगी, ये भी मैं विश्वास दिलाता हूं। फिक्की निवेश प्रोत्साहन और नीति परामर्श में हमारे सबसे बड़े विश्वसनीय भागीदारों में से एक है। क्योंकि राजस्थान के अंदर भी फिक्की की मीटिंग और हमारा साझेदार भी फिक्की रहे हैं। राइजिंग राजस्थान समिट के लिए फिक्की ने यूके, जर्मनी, यूएई, कतर, सऊदी अरब में 5 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आउटरीच कार्यक्रमों में हमारे साथ साझेदारी की है। मैंने व्यक्तिगत रूप से यूके और जर्मनी के प्रतिनिधि मंडल का नेतृत्व किया। लंदन में निवेशक बैठक के दौरान हमने राजस्थान निवेश प्रोत्साहन योजना 2024 जारी की। फिक्की ने कृषि, पर्यटन, खनन, स्वास्थ्य सेवा और शिक्षा में 5 क्षेत्रीय प्री समिट आयोजित किए। इनमें से 4 में व्यक्तिगत रूप से मैं उपस्थित हुआ। ग्रेट इंडियन ट्रेवल बाजार यानी कि GITB भारत का सबसे बड़ा इनबाउंड पर्यटन मार्ट है, जो फिक्की और राजस्थान पर्यटन विभाग की संयुक्त पहल है। ग्लोबल राजस्थान एग्रीटेक मीट यानी कि ग्राम का अगला संस्करण मार्च 2026 में जयपुर में फिक्की के साथ साझेदारी में आयोजित होगा। उसके लिए भी मैं आपको आमंत्रित करता हूं। हिंदुस्तान जिंक, केयर, महिंद्रा, चंबल फर्टिलाइजर्स, श्री सीमेंट, होंडा, JK सीमेंट, AU स्मॉल फाइनेंस, कजरिया, श्रीमेक्स जैसे फिक्की की सदस्य कंपनियां राजस्थान के विकास में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रही हैं। फिक्की में मारवाड़ी व्यापारियों की महत्वपूर्ण उपस्थिति है। हम उन्हें राजस्थान की विकास यात्रा में विशेष भूमिका के लिए आमंत्रित करते हैं। राजस्थान उद्यम की ऊर्जा, संस्कृति का संगम और असीम संभावनाओं का प्रदेश है। आज हम एक नए युग की दहलीज पर हैं, जहां राजस्थान भारत के आर्थिक उत्थान में निर्णायक भूमिका निभाएगा। यहां उपस्थित प्रत्येक उद्योगपति, CEO, निवेशक और उद्यमी को मैं हृदय से आमंत्रित करता हूं। राजस्थान आइए, राजस्थान में निवेश कीजिए, राजस्थान के साथ आगे बढ़िए। हमारी सरकार आपको समर्थन, स्थिरता, पारदर्शिता और दीर्घकालीन साझेदारी प्रदान करने के लिए पूर्णतः प्रतिबद्ध है। आइए मिलकर एक मजबूत, समृद्ध और वैश्विक स्तर पर प्रतिस्पर्धा राजस्थान का निर्माण करें और विकसित भारत की यात्रा में अपना योगदान दें। पधारो हमारे देश। मुझे पता है, अभी मैं जब आया था और जब मैं वहाँ बैठा तो मेरे से सभी पदाधिकारी कह रहे थे और मुझे भी मन में बहुत प्रसन्नता हो रही थी, क्योंकि वो कहीं ना कहीं राजस्थान से जुड़े हुए थे। मैं आपको इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि राजस्थान एक ऐसा प्रदेश है। जब मैं जापान के अंदर गया था तो मैंने उनसे चर्चा की और चर्चा मेरे मन की एक अभिलाषा थी कि मैं इनसे पूछ करके कि आपने राजस्थान में उद्योग लगाया है तो आपको कैसा लग रहा है, आपको किसी तरह की कोई परेशानी तो नहीं है। मेरा उद्देश्य उनसे यह था कि किसी तरह की कोई परेशानी हो तो उनकी समस्या का समाधान करें। अगर कोई परेशानी ऐसी हो तो उनके साथ मिलकर के वो परेशानी नहीं होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि दूर से व्यक्ति जाता है, उद्योग लगाता है, अगर उसको परेशानी होती है तो ठीक नहीं है। तो मैंने ये कहा, उनसे ऐसे ही पूछा कि आपको कोई परेशानी तो नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा, हमको कोई परेशानी नहीं है, हमारा कई देशों में कार्य है, लेकिन हम कहना चाहते हैं कि भारत में जो हमारा काम है और राजस्थान के अंदर है, हमको 3 से 4 गुना फायदा होता है। इसीलिए मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं कि राजस्थान बहुत पोटेंशियल है। एक बार आइए, राजस्थान में उद्योग लगा करके देखिए। आप अपने मिलने वाले मित्रों को भी लेकर के आइए। 10 दिसंबर को मेरा प्रवासी राजस्थानी समिट है। और मैंने लगभग 12 देशों में और 14 हमारे प्रदेशों में राजस्थान फाउंडेशन का चैप्टर बनाया है और आगे भी हमारी कोशिश रहेगी, चाहे हमारे किसी प्रदेश में हो चाहे किसी दूसरे देश में हो, अगर वो राजस्थान में अपना निवेश करना चाहेंगे तो वहाँ चैप्टर भी बनाएंगे और उसके साथ साथ हम काम भी करेंगे। हमने ये भी कहा है कि हमारा कोई भी व्यक्ति उद्योगपति अगर हमारा वहाँ है, उसको किसी भी तरह से कोई परेशानी अगर आती है तो उसके लिए हमने देश के अंदर भिन्न भिन्न प्रदेशों में और जो देश हमारे साथ उस चैप्टर में जुड़ना चाह रहे हैं उनके लिए हमने एक एक आईएएस अधिकारी को वहाँ परमानेंट लगाया है। अगर उनको किसी भी तरह की कोई परेशानी होती है तो वो उनके लिए, क्योंकि उसका राज्य में तो भले ही ट्रांसफ़र हो सकता है, इधर उधर जा सकता है, लेकिन वो उसमें परमानेंट रहेगा जब तक उनका रिटायरमेंट नहीं होगा, जिससे कि उनकी कनेक्टिविटी हमारे उद्योगपतियों से, हमारे प्रवासी भाइयों से या किसी से उनकी कनेक्टिविटी रहे। उनको किसी भी तरह की परेशानी आए तो उनके समाधान में समय नहीं लगे और तुरंत उनका काम हो, इसके लिए भी हमने ये काम उसमें किया गया है। भाइयों बहनों, मैं आपसे इतना ही निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ, राजस्थान पूर्ण रूप से आपके सहयोग के लिए तैयार खड़ा है। आप आइए और राजस्थान में अपना उद्योग भी लगाइए और आप उनमें सहयोग भी करिए। राजस्थान के अंदर बहुत बड़ी गुंजाइश है, उसमें आकर के अपना सहयोग प्रदान करें। देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विकसित भारत 2047 और विकसित राजस्थान 2047 में आप अपना योगदान देंगे, ये मुझे पूर्ण विश्वास है। और मैं इस फिक्की के कार्यक्रम में आने पर निश्चित रूप से मैं बहुत ही सौभाग्यशाली हूँ, क्योंकि लगातार मेरे राजस्थान का जो काम है फिक्की के साथ मिलकर के हमने किया है, अच्छा आपका सहयोग मिला है, उसके लिए मैं आप सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। नमस्कार, जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय राजस्थान।
धन्यवाद मुख्यमंत्री महोदय। हम बहुत आभारी हैं कि आपने 98वें फिक्की के वार्षिक महासभा में अपनी उपस्थिति देकर हमारा सम्मान बढ़ाया। I'd like to now call upon the President-elect FICCI and Vice Chairman RPG Group, Mr. Anant Goenka, to please give thanks.
Honorable Shri Bhajanlal Ji Sharma, members of the Presidium and past presidents, sir. So both President of FICCI and President-elect of FICCI are Marwari. So it is even more special to have you, sir, with us today. So I have always been proud of our ancestry and origins of Rajasthan. But sir, the way you described our state today, I feel even more proud. Your support for industry and entrepreneurship, focus on high potential sectors such as renewable energy, tourism, MSMEs, logistics, manufacturing, will catalyze investment and job creation for Rajasthan and the nation. I also thank senior officials of the government of Rajasthan for their presence and partnership here today. FICCI remains committed to working closely with the state across priority sectors to attract quality investment, scale enterprise growth, and set benchmarks for sustainable, inclusive development. We assure you of our full support in realizing Rising Rajasthan vision and contributing to India's journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you, sir, once again for your time, your guidance, and continued encouragement to Indian industry. Thank you.
May I request the past presidents of FICCI now to please join the Honourable Chief Minister on the dais for a group photograph.
Women power today. Yeah, yeah.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Shri Bhajanlal Sharma ji. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us for the 98th AGM. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We will make the changes on the dais for the next session. Please remain seated and refrain from moving about. Thank you.
ठीक है ना कुछ बोल रही हो
हट जाएगा जो अभी हट जाएगा तो
The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders, an unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility.
गोल्डलेस मेरे पास 8 है ना, वो भी हमारे पास तो रेक है ना।
Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders, an unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility. The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them are the values bequeathed by the founders, an unwavering focus on and commitment to integrity, responsible growth, execution excellence, commitment to serving all constituents fairly, and corporate social responsibility. The Sanmar Group is a multinational corporation built on the strong foundations of trust, transparency, and ethics. The group had its beginnings 5 decades ago as a single business operation and has grown to a US $1.5 billion conglomerate headquartered in Chennai, India, with facilities in India, USA, Mexico, and Egypt. Sanmar has created enterprises in multiple industrial segments. Common to all of them
Can I
are the
request
values
those who are
bequeathed
seated at
by
the back to come in
founders,
and fill the
an
seats in front? Some of you can come in front. There are too many empty patches here in front. Please come up in front. Those backbenchers, may I request you to please come up? Very quickly, please. Quickly, please. Please be seated. Those of you at the back, may I request you to please come forward?
Pioneers came together with a shared conviction that India's progress would be built on vision, enterprise, and unity of purpose. From that conviction was born FICCI, the collective voice of Indian industry. Through the freedom struggle and every chapter of nation building since, FICCI has remained a trusted partner in shaping India's economic journey. For nearly a century, it has been more than an institution, a catalyst for progress and a bridge between policy and performance, between innovation and tradition, between India and the world. Today, as India
Ladies and
stands tall
gentlemen,
on the
please be
global
seated.
stage,
Our next session today brings us to one of the most defining conversations of our time, a panel discussion on sustainability featuring secretaries to the Government of India, alongside some of India Inc.'s foremost industry leaders. Our theme is Sustainability as Strategy, How Green Transition Will Shape India Inc. India is undertaking one of the world's most ambitious green transitions with rapid advance in renewable energy, green hydrogen, electric mobility, circular economy practices, and low-carbon manufacturing. May I request the complete attention of the audience? Can we cut short the conversations, please? Thank you. The session will examine how India's green transformation can drive competitiveness, exports, and new industries while creating millions of green jobs. It will also throw light on policy reforms, investments, and the role of industry in accelerating decarbonization through technology adoption, skilling, and innovation. Our panelists on the dais: the Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi; the past President FICCI and Chair, Rothschild & Co. India, Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai; the Chair of FICCI's Renewable Energy CEOs Committee and President and CEO Renewables West Semcorp Industries, Mr. Vipul Tulli. And as moderator, we've got the Associate Editor, The Economic Times, Ms. Deepshika Sikarwar. Once again, we'd like to, as part of our grand welcome to our guests on the panel, request the FICCI President to please present our panelists with mementos and special green certificates. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could put your hands together to give them a rousing welcome. As you know, FICCI has been giving away special green certificates as a pledge to plant a grove of trees at Ram Bhumi, Ayodhya, in honor of our guests. This is a small step towards a greener, more responsible future, and a token of appreciation for your presence here today. Thank you very much. May I now invite the President FICCI, Mr. Harshvardhan Agarwal, to please set the tone for the discussion in the opening remarks.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session. Our theme, Sustainability as Strategy, How Green Transition Will Shape India. It's not only about compliance or cost, it's about competitiveness, capital, and global credibility. The journey demands a seamless partnership between the architects of policy and the mobilizers of capital. We are privileged to host Sri Santosh Kumar Sarangi, who holds the levers to our renewable ambition in the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. Joining them are industry pioneers, Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, a champion of green finance and water security, and Mr. Vipul Tulli, who is actively driving the global hydrogen transition. FICCI has placed sustainability amongst its top institutional priorities alongside Made in India, rural prosperity, and women-led growth in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. The strategic challenges before are innovation over imitation. How do we accelerate indigenous R&D in storage and carbon capture to leapfrog older technologies? Finance at scale. How can policy frameworks like green bonds and PLI schemes de-risk and deploy the massive quantum of private capital needed to meet our 500 gigawatt target by 2030? The session is about aligning the national vision with the industry balance sheet. We seek specific pathways from our secretaries and industry leaders today on translating ambition into actionable, bankable projects. I hand over to Ms. Dipsika Sikarwar to begin this crucial dialogue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. You've set the tone, set the agenda for the panelists. So without much ado, Mr. Sarangi, if I could begin with you, sir. You are helming the renewable agenda for the country. A lot of leaps, like Mr. Agarwal also mentioned. India's taken leaps into renewable sector. PM has now announced private investment into nuclear. India is going to open. How do you see the landscape really going forward?
Well, if we believe in India's growth story, and there is no reason why we should not believe, our energy demand is going to exponentially increase. So there is space for enough of RE power addition, capacity addition. There is space for nuclear power addition. And for base load management, a bit of coal power addition is also required in our country. So a proper energy mix which takes into account the base load management requirement for the country as well as capacity addition to meet the exponential energy demand that we are going to foresee is something which is required. In this, I believe that RE will play a very, very key role, and our expected addition of RE capacity by 2030 is 500 gigawatt. And as per the CEA's estimate, it is likely to go up to 1800 gigawatt by 2047. And within this 1800 gigawatt, a major share will have to be solar, followed by wind, followed by other forms of RE. So there is enough space for different kinds of energy mix, and I'm sure whether it is nuclear, whether it is RE, and coal power, all of it will combinedly contribute to India's energy transition.
So Naina, coming to you, from private sector's perspective, there is a wide gamut of options available. But in boardrooms, conversations, have we is it just compliance, or we are now looking at RE as a business? And in terms of financing, with so many options on the table, are there enough options in financing in terms of instruments available to the private sector?
So at the board level, renewable energy, by the way, because it's so competitively priced today, is really not even a sustainability discussion. It is for a business to adopt. It happens to be good for the environment, but actually, why would you not use it, given if it's available to you in terms of price competitiveness? I can certainly vouch for the board I'm on and that I work with, that it's well beyond compliance. They want to be the leaders in the Dow Jones Index, in the sustainability indices at the world level. And some of our companies, by the way, are leaders in a global context. They are ranked higher than other companies in their sectors because of what they do. And it's well beyond renewable energy. Water is another very critical area. We're a water short country. So water efficiency becomes a very key ingredient to the way companies manage, because if you don't, you can't draw water from communities around you because there's going to be a riot. You have to be able to demonstrate that you use your water well. And indeed, if you're a responsible company, you would probably be returning some of the water back into the communities around you, give them drinking water, give them sanitation, give them a clean environment. So we in India, certainly at the listed company levels, do very well. For MSMEs, it becomes harder because sometimes they see the capital expenditure as being an issue. And that is why I do believe that if we can get our industrial parks to be set up with the best tenants of some of these features, I've met many companies who say they're prepared to pay a unit cost for being able to draw on these services, but to actually provide for it for themselves, particularly if you're not a big industry, can be a challenge. So that may well be the model. But compliance is a given. You know now that companies have to do the reporting under the new BRSR, the entire, which is sort of compliance. There's has to be full disclosure. But Indian companies, because they look at global capital, are well beyond the compliance agenda and well beyond just renewable energy. It's looking at every aspect of management beyond power and water as well. On finance, we are seeing a growth of equity that is coming into the business. There are specific private equity firms and venture capital firms like Avana Capital, Peak, and others who have sustainability funds. That's encouraging innovation. It's there in use. One of the funds I work with, TPG Rise, does large investments in from the private equity world with a sustainability agenda. And so what I've also seen is large data centers, which have become very much the norm in India now. There are a lot of data centers coming up. That the last one, which TPG Rise and Tata's are setting up, they've committed already to 65% renewable energy to go up to 100. So when they choose the location, they aren't just looking for the land, they're also looking to see where energy and water are freely available because data centers absorb a lot of this. So they become essential ingredients in the decision as you go forward, and renewables will always play a key role in that.
Mr. Sarangi, as Nana said, there's a huge interest in data centers. We're seeing a lot of enthusiasm in states. When it comes to investment, when it comes to meeting this huge demand, which is sort of coming in, which is going to come in from the data centers, one of the issue right now, which the sector faces, is on the grid. How do you sort of address, what are the kind of interventions that are required both at central level and at the state level?
Transmission continues to be a challenge because for evacuation of electricity from RE-rich zones to non-RE-rich areas, you require HVDC lines, which are long distance lines. And the gestation period of these lines vary between 4 to 5.5 years. Whereas a solar project or a wind project is ready within 1 to 2 years time frame. So there is an evident lag between a renewable energy project coming up and a transmission line getting ready. But to address this, there have been multiple initiatives which have been taken. Recently, you must have got to know about CERC regulations splitting the GNA. So that will allow setting up of facilities for evacuation during non-solar hours. In addition, there is an effort to also encourage distributed RE. So we are now planning to go for agri-photovoltaic, which can be used in agriculturally rich areas like UP, Bihar, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, which are agriculturally rich, but land is not available in big patches, and also floating solar. So these are areas in which the government, especially in MNRE, we are discussing with Ministry of Finance on developing some schemes which will have a catalytic impact in encouraging floating solar, which doesn't have land related issues, but can be done at a decentralized level in most of the states. And similarly, agri-photovoltaics, which can be put up in agricultural land without compromising on agricultural productivity. In addition, at the state level also, we are funding evacuation infrastructure through our Green Energy Corridor scheme. In phase 1 and phase 2, we have tried to add about 17,000 circuit kilometers. And in phase 3, we are planning to add another 36 gigawatt of evacuation within by upgrading the state infrastructure. So you are right that infrastructure development, both ISTS as well as intrastate infrastructure, is a requirement, and to that extent, planning for this and funding requirement for this are being planned by both us as well as Ministry of Power.
So if I could just follow up on what you said, that you are in discussion with Ministry of Finance, is that something, is that MNRE's agenda for the budget discussions?
We are not thinking in terms of a budget discussion right now. These are regular schemes which we pose before Ministry of Finance from time to time. So these are areas in which we are posing before Ministry of Finance for consideration. I can't say for sure whether they'll accept it or not, but these are MNRE's agenda nevertheless.
Mr. Tooley, from a private sector perspective, there is lots which is there on the table, multiple sectors. There's a huge target which has been spelled out by the government. What is your ask in terms of industry? To reach there, would you require some interventions, some kind of a policy support?
Well, look, I'd like to maybe start off by saying that, to echo what you said in the beginning, that what India has done in terms of its sustainability and renewables is nothing so short of amazing. We have established many global firsts in terms of the models, in terms of the whole policy environment actually being really commercially savvy, which is why we can get to a point that Naina was describing, where it's being done not as a green initiative, it's done because it makes sense. So whether we look at the capacity that's been added, whether we look at the very, I would just call it, determined government support that has allowed that capacity to get added, or even if you look at the manufacturing capacity that's been added, all of that together has been quite remarkable. But to echo Mr. Sarangi's point, India is 1.4 billion people. Demand growth is virtually unsatiated and will remain unsatiated for a long, long time to come. We are a country where we're a hot country. Cooling demand is just about taking off. Transportation electrification is just about getting started. When a data center goes from, let's say, 30 kilowatts per rack to 150 kilowatts per rack to the next generation, 600 kilowatts per rack. So demand is going to be sort of unlimited. So no matter what we do, we will always have a long list of things to ask for, because we will always be behind the curve. Now, to my mind, from a private sector investment perspective, I look at it this way, that since we all believe our demand is going to continue to grow, how do we make sure that our scale and our competitiveness is both really at world-beating levels? Today, if I say compare us with China, China added 421 gigawatts of renewables last year. We added probably 42. So there's a long way to go. I look at tariffs, and while as a private sector developer, we're always sort of careful about tariffs falling too low. The fact is, we are still, let's say, if you just take plain vanilla solar, we are at about 2.5 rupees. The equivalent tariffs in the Middle East are just shy of 1 rupee. I think there is a long way to think about why is the reason, what are the reasons, and what can we do? Maybe 3-4 quick things. First, as you mentioned, grid. I think the Indian national grid is one of the most amazing global assets created by mankind. The size, stability, and reliability of that grid. But it's not expanding fast enough no matter what we do. So I think we have to really ask ourselves, what special powers can be given to the grid developers to be able to acquire the land, get the rights of way? We have to ask ourselves, will it help if some of the risk of grid delays, which is today sitting on the generation developers, what would happen if we move that to the grid co? If the grid co is told, look, once you commit a certain date and you don't deliver on that date, deemed generation will apply. The entire Middle East runs on this model. Then they're much more careful about what they bid out, and they're much more careful about, and tariffs of course come down. So the grid is one big thing. I think the second big thing, which is a long discussion, is really on technology. How do we leave enough space for technology development across a range? But that's maybe a different topic.
Mr. Sarangi, would you like to respond to what Mr. Tully said on the grid?
Well, I partly agree with his remarks relating to the grid's requirement to keep pace with the pace at which RE facility is developing. But his other recommendation, I will not venture into comments there because that would take me into a very controversial area. So I'll keep quiet on that front. But as far as the technology is concerned, I agree with him that there are technological breakthroughs which are in the horizon, which have the potential to reduce the cost of power, cost of electricity further. There are research going on in IIT Bombay relating to perovskite solar cells and perovskite silicon tandem as well as perovskite solar cells. They have established stability for about 10 years, and with that stability, they have worked out rates coming down to about 1 rupee 40 paise per unit, as against 2 rupees 50 paise, which he was mentioning right now. If we are able to establish stability for 25 years, there is a potential that that rate will come down to 1 rupee. So I have great belief that technological breakthroughs will further reduce the cost of electricity in future. And to that extent, Indian industry will be as competitive as anyone in the world.
So, and I want to come back on the other aspect of tariffs. We've seen, aggressive bidding. We've seen tariffs really coming down. Are these sustainable going forward? From all of you, actually, from Sir, you and Mr. Tuli and Nena. When you see...
Start with
No, look, I think, honestly, when we started off as a country, we were the first to introduce, for instance, the kind of bidding that we did in solar. We were the first in the world to introduce bidding in wind. And so at that point, there was a certain national aim to bring the tariffs from whatever it was, 10, 12, 15 rupees, etc. And they landed where they are. I think since then, as the national priorities somewhat balanced and manufacturing locally became a priority as well, tariffs have somewhat stabilized. And I think tariffs is actually less of the issue today. In fact, if anything, the discoms who get a lot of bad press, but frankly, they are at the toughest end of the industry. They have the toughest job, frankly. The way they are balancing their daytime and their nighttime, and the way the grid operators are balancing instability in the grid is quite remarkable. Now, in fact, if anything, Deepshika, I'd say the realization that the value of power in the evening time is actually much higher. So today, if you look at, there's a lot of talk in the industry about there are many LOAs not getting converted into PPAs, demand hai ki nahi hai, lots of questions get asked. But if you strip that data down, what you're seeing is there is, I think, probably zero or hardly any wind PPA that is waiting to be signed. Why? Because wind generates in the evening, and at those tariffs, the discoms are lapping it up. There is hardly any solar plus BESS other than some things that may have got very recently bid or something. They're getting lapped up. Now, so actually what's happening is there is a sort of I would say, an inflection point going on in the industry where the discoms are saying, hey, I'm now much more savvy about what kind of power I need and what I don't need. So please give me that power. Now, as it turns out, from a developer's point of view, it's very uncomfortable when you have lots of unsigned LOAs and we're all working together to try and, clear out that backlog, etc., etc. So, but I do want to say one thing, which is I think as we look at uh, tariff discovery frameworks, which is the government's job, and the government has been doing this, uh, wherever you can find space to leave some margin on the table for risk mitigation and to ensure credibility of players, it will help the country, it will help the industry. The case in point today is the standalone battery tenders that are going on. The fact of the matter is, and there are many, I can see many battery players in the room as well. The fact is, some of the tariffs that have been discovered are, frankly, silly tariffs. And what ends up happening is, we are a credible developer. Many of our FICCI members are credible developers. Within days, or if not days, then within weeks of those tenders, the winners are coming to these credible players and saying, hey, can you take my PPA? Can you buy it? Why? And we say, okay, open up your financial model, show us what you have. And you realize there's nothing there. So if there are ways to address the credibility, the deliverability of projects in the tariff discovery framework, that would go a long way.
Naina, I want to come into the tariff discussion to widen it beyond renewables. I was recently in Athens with one of the boards I'm on, Holcim. And this is a big cement company, biggest maybe in the world, which it's Athens municipalities' sewage waste feeds the power for the cement unit. So 25 municipalities in Athens, their sewage, and this is really our Prime Minister's waste to wealth argument, is the power that goes into a cement plant. So in one case, you've cleared your oceans of dumping the effluent there, you're using it for energy. And so why can't we do this? Plastic. Holcim helps to segregate the plastic at the municipality, and the plastic goes into energy, into its incinerators. Get rid of all your plastic. And they do that with all the wood and tree trimmings. 3 sources of power that we treat as waste, and we have mountains of landfill which can be used as energy. And it's all about tariffs. Who's paying for what where? Should the municipality pay for it to be cleared? What are the logistics costs of transfer? How much is the company prepared to pay for that energy? If we can sort this mess out, and it has to be the municipality, because the technologies exist everywhere in the world. We don't have to look far. This is not space science. This is happening everywhere in the world. So find the places where we can use the mess we create into actually being the richness of power. And hey, it shouldn't be more than $1. It's the money we spend trying to clear the mess is what is going to be the waste we use. So it is all about pricing. But we look at everything in these strict verticals and we don't cross it over in terms of how we can do it. So just another source of energy for you. But I feel if we can solve for plastic waste and sewage and use this for the energy that it can provide industries that can use it, and many are struggling. And the truth is, no industry wants to work with the municipality. So you have to come in at a regulatory level to protect industry from the arbitrariness of dealing with a municipality and get the legal structures sorted out and the price point sorted out so that we can solve for this. And there's another area. And Holcim does this now. 30% of rubble is used as raw material for the cement industry, and it replaces, in a sustainability story, limestone and mining and all that is bad about what goes into the environment through those practices. So what we dump into our landfills and all the mess we see being dumped onto our ridge in Delhi and Bombay, half of which is going to be pulled down to build new buildings now, that rubble is raw material for the cement industry. So, but again, it's about who is collecting the rubble, what price are you going to price that rubble, who pays to remove the rubble, and again, Germany, Switzerland, you name it, all these countries have worked this out. Let's look at how we can use and recycle waste.
I think that's a very good question for hard-to-abate sectors, which are now facing a lot of challenges in advanced economies where they have to export. So how do they deal with it? Sir, would you like to come in here?
Before responding to that, I'll add a bit about the tariff
Yes.
story that you were, sustainability of this tariff question that you were asking. In fact, tariffs in India are slightly higher than what it should be in a totally unconstrained environment. But because we have imposed a DCR requirement, because we have ALMMs, it is about 2 rupees 50 paise. Otherwise, if we had just left it like that, it would be below 2 rupees. But it has been a conscious policy of the government to encourage domestic manufacturing, because if you are aspiring to actually attain 1800 gigawatt of RE installation, then there is no way that you can remain eternally dependent on another country or a few other countries and be such a major power in RE. So it is essential for us to promote domestic manufacturing, and that has brought us to a stage where we have seen universal reduction in rates, but still it is slightly higher than it should be. The point which Mr. Tully was making with regard to the standalone battery cost is true, and if there are participants here who have been participating as bidders in battery standalone battery storage tenders, I would recommend them to be more cautious and prudent while offering their rates, because I have heard that there are many players who are active in the highway construction and other constructions who have suddenly got into RE and have been bidding in this area. So they need to be a slightly more prudent with regard to their quotes. With regard to the hard to abate sector, there is ample opportunity for them as far as the green energy transition requirement is concerned. So whether it is steel, cement, transport, there is ample opportunity. And under our National Green Hydrogen Mission, we have been actively taking up pilots in different parts of the country to ensure that transition happens. The point which Ms. Kidwai was making with regard to circularity and the potential to leverage waste to also produce electricity is something which is phenomenal. And in this, recovery from solar panel, the silicon recovery, the mercury, the silver paste, glass, all of it can be recovered. And planning for that circularity is something which is absolutely essential. And that will ensure that India's dependence on foreign sources for different products, including silicon and lithium in future as far as battery storage is concerned, is substantially reduced and we become truly Atmanirbhar in future.
Mr. Tuli, to become...
Could I just add a quick point? I think, there are two big areas where the next, at least in my view, where the next horizons are. I think one is, as Naina said, bringing the urban local bodies into the sustainability journey, which is a huge amount of capacity building, commercial frameworks, etc., etc. I think the second, I just want to build on what Mr. Sarangi said about the hard to abate. To me, look, renewables has taken off, and there are lots to be done, etc. All that's fine. But the next, the next horizon, in my mind, is going to be around green fuels, and particularly in this area as well, India needs to be evolving its own model, just as it has in many other areas. And particularly, what I'm pointing towards is the use of biomaterials or biomass, and the next wave of carbon capture. So carbon capture up till now, even if I go back 1 year or 2 years, was always a discussion which was not very relevant for India simply because of the cost pressures. Today, if you look at some of the numbers coming out globally, we are now starting to see 30 to 40 US dollar per ton of carbon capture all-in costs, which some of the producers who now set up plants are saying that 30, 40 will go down to 10 to $20. At that price, the sustainability equation or the game in India it changes character a lot. It suddenly makes capturing carbon from the host of coal plants that we have and, of course, are continuing to build, that becomes a viable option. That then spawns a huge industry around green chemicals, green fuels, whether it's biomethane, biomethanol, bioethanol, etc., 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 etc. You can go down. That whole piece, I believe, is the next wave, can be as large, if not larger, than the renewables industry, which perhaps is the next thing we should be working on.
So will the private sector itself take up this piece, or will it require some form of support from the government, some intervention?
Like renewables, has to be a collaborative effort. The policy framework, the maybe some initial support, or some bit of maybe some mandates, maybe some concessions, etc., can come. But fundamentally, it's a private sector. The private sector can pick this up. And I mean, in many economic forums, we talk about investment being the need of the hour for the country. Green chemicals produced within India, carbon capture within India. I haven't done the numbers, but directionally, I'll not be very wrong to say probably 80 to 90% local content can be achieved off the bat. So if you're really talking about capex, you're really talking about growth. This is an area.
You know, in Europe, actually, you asked me the question of financing initially. On some of these sort of initiatives, gives grants. They have awards, and these are not small grants. It'll be $200 million, etc., where they pick plants that have used efficiencies or have great ideas, often in the areas of carbon capture. And to encourage it, they actually give these grants. So, they could be low-cost loans. There are I only talked about equity, but the whole area of debt and green financing today is not concessional. We need to have concessional green finance to also encourage right actions. And which brings me to a very fundamental issue on water and water efficiency, because we would be remiss in just focusing on power today, which is of course critical, because India is as water short as it is power short. Now, what can we as industry do in water? And at FICCI, our water mission really focuses on water efficiency. So some of the areas, and I fear that if we don't do this for ourselves in a self-regulatory mechanism today, these are things which will be imposed on us tomorrow. So water audits to be adopted by companies, water-intensive industrial units to actually install the SCADA-based real-time monitoring systems for tracking water flows. And by the way, AI can play a key role in terms of understanding that whole cycle of water through scanners and sensors in the system. Industries to adopt a fixed minimum percentage of treated wastewater reuse, that not all water needs to be groundwater and fresh water. So how are we doing on the wastewater reuse that comes, again, out of our STPs and sewage plants in particular? Ensuring optimized use of treated water for cooling, washing, dust suppression, rainwater harvesting, a very obvious choice for us in the urban environment, water footprint, and actually monitoring that water footprint, ZLD, which is to make sure that we can get to that zero level or water positive, ideally by 2030. And again, there are many large companies that are working really well on these, but can we make this much more wider in terms of its sort of availability here? And I would love to see us do a starring system by which your 5 stars if your overall water use efficiency through the audit is 90%, 80%. You can, exactly as we did in the air conditioning industry, where it became easy to understand who is at the highest level and who is at a lower. Then the consumers also make a choice in terms of who you want to buy from, not necessarily paying more for it, but at least knowing that you're being a responsible citizen as you actually go to purchase equipment or purchase something in terms of water use efficiency. But I do think that we cannot ignore our water discussions and industry's responsibility there, even while we know that it's agriculture that's absorbing 85% of the water, and we need to work in terms of water efficiencies in agriculture.
Mr. Sarangi, well said, Naina, on the larger sustainability aspect. Mr. Sarangi, as Ms. Tully was mentioning, that it has to, the municipality level, we have to get to that level. But in the larger renewable story, states have to be essentially part of it. So in terms of complementing the central frameworks or policy frameworks, how can this be pushed with the state governments? Because it is not uniform across states.
Well, for expansion of RE, whether it is for deployment or whether it is for manufacturing of RE, the states have a very key role in allocating land, in deployment, in doing the land acquisition, giving the right of way, in facilitating evacuation of power, in also accepting the PPAs and doing PSAs with discoms. So states play a very, very key role in promoting RE. And we have seen that states are actually taking an active interest in promoting RE. You must have seen the bids floated by Rajasthan, by Gujarat, by Madhya Pradesh, which have also discovered record low rates over a period of time. But more importantly, they are coming up with bids of their own, and to that extent are also planning for evacuation of energy from their energy rich areas to energy deficient areas. So this has started a virtuous cycle where states are planning for intrastate evacuation of power, intrastate consumption of power, and if required, also sale of power to other states. Like you must have seen between Madhya Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, they have an arrangement of banking of power and exchanging power during surplus of one to the other. So, so the states will have to play a very, very key role. From our side, we are trying to catalyze the states' initiative in this regard. You have seen that in PM Kusum kind of schemes, where massive agricultural feeder solarization is possible, Maharashtra did a tender of about 16 gigawatt at a time. Madhya Pradesh is planning to do a tender for about 20 gigawatt for PM Kusum. So PM Kusum scheme may not be taking care of their entire demand, but has acted as a catalytic agent for sensitizing states that this is the way in which they can reduce the losses of the discoms. Because if you analyze the losses of the discoms, majority of their losses come from agricultural feeder and from rural households. Through PM Kusum kind of schemes, they can wipe out their future losses from agricultural feeder. Similarly, if they massively deploy PM Suryaghar kind of schemes in their rural households, that will again take away a major part of their discoms and will enable discoms to become more self-reliant and more economically and commercially viable. So schemes like PM Suryaghar, PM Kusum have played a catalytic impact on the states to realize that they can make their discoms much stronger in future. And to that extent, we have seen a real uptick in demand for schemes like PM Kusum. And we are actually planning for extension of PM Kusum and coming up with phase 2 of the PM Kusum, for which again we'll approach our Ministry of Finance.
Mr. Tuli, before I open the floor for questions, I take questions from the audience. Government has set a huge target in terms of generation. And like Mr. Sarangi mentioned, we cannot do it with relying totally on the import load. So how do you see private sector sort of coming in and complementing this target so that it is not done just through imports?
Look, I think you're very right. The RE equipment manufacturing capacity story, I think, has had some remarkable successes. It has also had some failures. I think the most remarkable success right now is we have today, I even lose track of the numbers. I think it's more than 100 gigawatt per year today of solar capacity on the panel side.
Module is now 140 gigawatt.
140. Every month or two, the number just is. By the way, 3 years ago, it was probably 5 or 7. That's gone to 100 plus, 140s, right? So that's a remarkable success. I think wind, I think, is a bit of a mixed story in the sense that India used to have one of the most robust wind turbine manufacturing industries. but somewhere between overcommitting by the developers and not having a steady pipeline of demand from the bids, a lot of the manufacturers actually went sick and are today now trying to revive themselves. Some have succeeded, some are succeeding, and so on. So I think it's overall we have shown that we can do it, but there are also lessons in there to learn. To me, the biggest, at a macro level, the single biggest help that the government has done is to announce bidding pipelines in advance and say, look, we will give you this kind of demand. You can't run a manufacturer, especially a nascent manufacturing investment, without knowing roughly what your demand is, because at the nascent stage, you're not really super competitive on exports. You'll get there in a few years. But that has been really good. And I think as that continues, there's no reason why, you add up the Kusum schemes, you add up the rooftop schemes, you add up the increase in solar plus BESS plus wind and hybrid and so on and so. There is absolutely no reason why India will not have, several players among the top 50, top 10, top 20 manufacturers of equipment globally, not just at the easy end of the industry, which is the modules. I mean, going back to cells, going back to wafers, etc., etc. And so, frankly, it's a good story, and we need to continue it.
Well, I've been told we don't have time for audience questions, but panelists would be here, so you can speak to them, meet them later. But on that note, that India green story remains very robust, and going forward, the policy support is there, the industry is looking forward to it. So on that note, I'd like to thank you, all the panelists here, especially Mr. Sarangi. You're very busy, and you've taken out time to come here and share your thoughts. Edna and Mr. Tuli. And thank you all, audience.
Thank you very much. May I request you all to please remain on stage? Please remain, sir. Please be seated, sir. We're just going to have a minute. As was highlighted by Mrs. Naina Lal Kidwai, I've been told that FICCI has decided to work with its members to adopt water use efficiency initiatives to reduce their water footprint and also adopt emerging water-efficient technologies, enhance recycling efficiency, and minimize dependence on freshwater resources by 2030. So I hope this is a big assurance to you. I'd like to now request the President-elect, Mr. Ananth Goenka, to please come up and give the vote of thanks.
It's my privilege to thank Shri Santosh Kumar Sarangi ji for gracing us, our AGM, and sharing his vision on how India's policy ecosystem is driving renewable energy, cleaner technologies, and a more resilient future. Your guidance provides us the foundation to build with confidence. I also thank our industry panelists, Ms. Naina Lal Kidwai, Vipul, for their practical industry insights, and Ms. Dipshika Shikarwar for anchoring the discussion today so effectively. Today's dialogue underscored the power of the government-industry collaboration in advancing the green agenda and achieving our net zero goal by 2070. On behalf of FICCI and our members, we reaffirm our commitment to supporting the government's sustainability reforms. India's journey to self-reliance and economic strength must align with sustainable pathways, and industry stands ready to contribute. Thank you all for your time, guidance, and continued support.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in the hall because we're moving on to the next part, which is a very exciting part and a very special part of our program. We will have the Swachh Industrial Park Awards now. So please remain in the hall, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated. Please don't move out. We need you to encourage our winners who are here with us. Thank you very much. And past President FICCI, as well as the chair of FICCI's Renewable Energy, Mr. Vipul Tully. Thank you very much for all of you for having shared your thoughts with us. We're now quickly making arrangements on the dais for the awards. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now at a very special moment in our program, the Swachh Industrial Park Awards, a celebration of excellence, innovation, and commitment to building cleaner, greener, and more sustainable industrial ecosystems across India. So encouraged, ladies and gentlemen, by the Honorable Prime Minister, FICCI launched the first edition of the Swachh Industrial Park Awards. And during the felicitation ceremony last year, the Honorable Minister, Shri Piyush Goyal, had highlighted that cleanliness strengthens economic growth and drives job creation. The Honorable Minister had complimented FICCI for promoting Swachhta across industrial parks and had advised that the initiative should be expanded to include private industrial parks and SEZs, along with public parks. So with valuable support from the Center for Sustainability Leadership, FICCI is once again pleased to present the second edition of the Swachh Industrial Park Awards. This initiative aims to create a ripple effect of sustainable and clean industrial practices across India's industrial estates by engaging both public and private parks as well as SEZs, and through a rigorous multi-stage evaluation process, the awards continue to set new benchmarks for sustainable, efficient, and future-ready industrial zones. This year, you'll be glad to hear that the response has been truly inspiring. 130 parks from 18 states registered across 3 assessment categories: environmental sustainability, waste management, and infrastructure. A robust evaluation framework was developed by FICCI in consultation with an independent jury comprising experts from industry, think tanks, and media, with PwC as the knowledge partner and JEPL as the green partner. Finally, 12 states were nominated for awards this year, and we express our sincere gratitude to the independent jury panel for their valuable guidance, and to all who participated, the industrial parks, for their dedication to strengthening India's clean and green industrial future. So we begin with the first award that recognizes the top-ranked parks, 1 private and 1 government, that have excelled across all 3 assessment parameters. I'd like to request the members of the FICCI leadership to kindly present the award to Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited, Mundra, Gujarat. And Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone. Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone. Our next category is the Jury Awards that acknowledges organizations and parks that have demonstrated exceptional performance and visionary leadership in sustainable industrial development. The first Jury Award is presented to the Industrial Development Corporation under the Government category, whose nominated parks have consistently excelled across all criteria. All 7 parks from Haryana, shortlisted for site visits, are among the top performers. The Special Jury Award to the Haryana State Industrial and Infrastructure Development Corporation. The second jury award is the Sustainable Development Leadership Award under the Private Parks category. This recognizes 2 private parks demonstrating visionary leadership, net zero commitments, and alignment with SDGs and ESG goals. We have Mahindra World City, Jaipur, Rajasthan, and Brandix India Apparel City Private Limited, Andhra Pradesh. Go. Mahindra and Brandix. We now move to the Champions category, recognizing parks under each of the 3 assessment parameters: Waste Management Champions, Private, GMR Aerospace and Industrial Park, Telangana. Can we have a robust round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? These parks have worked very hard to come where they have. Okay, musical chairs. GMR Aerospace and Industrial Park, Telangana. For government, Lote Parusharam, MIDC, Maharashtra. Kuber Extension, Ranpur, Rajasthan. What do you mean end me? Okay, we have one more awardee who will join us a little later. Infrastructure Champions, Private, Equus SEZ, Private Limited, Karnataka. I don't know. We're still with Kuber. Kuber is done. Equus. Is this Equus? Go. In the government category, Kagal Hatkanagale, 5-star industrial area, Maharashtra. Sipcot Industrial Park, Oragadam, Tamil Nadu. Sipcot. And Sanand 2, GIDC, Gujarat. Sanand. Bidadi Industrial Area, Karnataka. We move on to environmental sustainability champions. Private, Gopalpur Industrial Park, Odisha. Gopalpur, Odisha. In the government category, we've got the Industrial Park, Nacharam, TSIIC, Telangana. Go. He's come up. Oh, you've given it. This is also Telangana, you're saying? Ecotech 12, Uttar Pradesh. In the waste management champions, we have from the government category, Patliputra Industrial Area, Bihar. And back for the environmental sustainability champions in the government category, we have Kinfra International Apparel Park from Kerala. We'd also like to take the opportunity to acknowledge last year's awardee that has shown remarkable improvement in sustainability and cleanliness, which is the Kinfra High Tech Park, Kalamassery, Kerala. So they carry back 2 awards. Ecotech 12, Uttar Pradesh. Ecotech.
I don't know what is this.
Ecotech, are you here? Okay. We're done then. Congratulations to all our awardees. I'd like to request the representatives, rather the jury members. Do you have Ecotech? No, okay. So jury members and the representatives from our knowledge partner to please join the group photograph. Can we have all the award winners to please come up? Very quickly, please. Please join the presidium. Tell him to come for the group photograph. Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone, please join for the photograph if you're not here already. Photographers, kindly wait. We've still got people coming in. Just get in between the shoulders, otherwise you'll not be seen. We really need a wide angle now. Could you come in front? Come in front, please. Come Come together. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them as encouragement. Their smiles will get bigger, and our photographers will be happy to take their pictures. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to now request Mr. Manab Mojumdar, Senior Advisor FICCI, to please announce the election results. So, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We've got some exciting news to share with you. Mr. Mojumdar will now share the election results with you.
Good evening, and here I'm again at the podium to declare the election results for Executive Committee. As many of you would be knowing, for the post of President FICCI, as already declared in the Executive Committee meeting, Sri Anant Goenka has been elected as President FICCI uncontested. Also, elections were held to elect representatives of member bodies on the Executive Committee in the Industry and Trade and Services constituencies. Let me first announce the candidates who have been declared elected in the Industry constituency. Mrs. Kavita Dutt, Mr. Lalit Gandhi, Mr. Natubhai Patel, Mr. Rajiv Vastupal Mehta, Dr. Jaimin Rashiklal Vasa, Mr. Arun Alagappan, Mr. Chandrasekhar Nupani, and Mr. R. Virmani. Moving on to the Trade and Services constituency, 6 candidates are declared elected. Let me read out their names. Mr. Samir Modi, Dr. N. Jagdishan, Mr. Salil Kumar Bhandari, Mrs. Shushma Paul Berelia, Mr. Shiv Siddhant Narayan Kaul, Mr. V.N. Shivashankar. Moving on, associate membership category, 20 candidates were in the contest for electing 17 members on the Executive Committee from the associate members category. On scrutiny at the close of prescribed time, we found that the nomination of 3 candidates became invalid due to various procedures. Hence, the remaining 17 candidates are declared elected. Let me read out the names. Mr. S.N. Agarwal, Ms. Neha Agarwal, Mr. Krishanlal Agarwal, Mr. Nitin Bansal, Mr. Balakrishna Dalmia, Mr. Rajat Dalmia, Mr. Puranchand Dawar, Mr. N. Tarachand Dugar, Dr. Suresh Goel, Dr. Sunil Gupta, Mr. Dinesh Nitin Joshi, Dr. Saurav Khemani, Mr. K. Ramaswamy, Mr. S.K. Sanghi, Mr. Ashok Singh, Mr. Lakshya Talwar, and Mr. Narinder Wadhwa. Let us give all the elected candidates a huge round of applause and wish them all the very best for active and encouraging participation in all the meetings and FICCI activities. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the members. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are concluding the first day of the proceedings of the 98th AGM. And we thank you for joining us today and look forward to your presence tomorrow for the engaging sessions with the members of Parliament and young business leaders that will begin tomorrow. So please be here by 9 a.m. There is also a special announcement for member bodies. All representatives of the FICCI member bodies are requested to proceed to MR7, Meeting Room 7, for a closed-door session with the FICCI Secretariat. The session will be followed by dinner for member bodies at the Federation House, Tansen Marg. Ladies and gentlemen, there is tea and refreshments outside. Please join us for tea and refreshments, and then may please be here tomorrow by 9 or 9:30. Thank you very much.